listening to the annual Super Awards Round podcast, where myself, John Mugiwara Jam, and my friends, Jad Peanuts.
Can I live in your mindset? Because I was so much happier before I ever found out about the Young Bunnies.
Rudy Bo Booty.
Please just say the word penis. Just please say the word penis instead.
Prince Luffy.
Sometimes you need to just talk to Godzilla. Godzilla just needs a hug.
And Christine.
Look at this little freaking bean.
All get together and discuss the things we enjoyed and the things we also didn't enjoy in the past year, while we also reward the best and the worst things that come from that year. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. All right, next up is best use of a needle drop. And if you've never heard the term needle drop before, it's a literal movie term for, like when on an old record player, you dropped a needle to play a song. And it's a movie term for song not made for the thing being used to like either set up a world building, establish tone, or my favorite one, musical tonal dissonance, where the song does not at all fit what's happening.
But it somehow oddly works.
Yep. The Fallout video game series is very good at this. Mm-hmm. And so is Guardians of the Galaxy. Yep. All right. So
So is Invincible, actually.
Yes. There are a lot of really good nominees for this one. So since I'm starting off, I guess I'll read the nominees. I don't have any pictures for this one, so you're going to deal with it. So the best use of a needle drop. Our nominees are Coin-Operated Boy by the Dresden Dolls, used in Creature Commandos. I'll Be Seeing You by Jimmy Durante, used in Deadpool & Wolverine. I Don't Want to See Tomorrow by Nat King Cole, used in Fallout. Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore by the Isabella Summers, as heard in Lisa Frankenstein. So Long My Love by Sarah Vaughan, as heard in The Penguin. And Live and Learn by Crush 40, as heard in Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Okie dokie, so who wants to go first?
Well,
maybe we should probably get the obvious one out of the way. Live and Learn by Crush 40. This is a needle drop that had to happen. Like, I think I would have taken the movie down a couple of points if this did not happen. Live and Learn by Crush 40, as for those of you not familiar with the Sonic franchise, that is one of the most popular vocal songs ever written for the Sonic series. And it was the vocal song theme for Sonic Adventure 2, which was Shadow's very first game. And not only is it used, spoilers, when Sonic and Shadow transform and agree to work together, the tune is incorporated throughout the film. And it's used in more.
Was?
Yes, it was. I don't know if you remember. There was a short flashback scene where you flashback to Shadow and Maria hanging out. She's playing it on the guitar.
Huh.
And it's even used
the melody.
Good catch then.
Yeah, I caught it immediately. I heard but it's like on a acoustic guitar. Also,
that's probably what happened.
It's also used in the orchestral. You hear it when Shadow's beating the crap out of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles in Tokyo. The song is basically everywhere. So I pushed for this one because it's the theme song from Shadow's debut game, but they also perfectly incorporated it into the score, which my big problem with movies today is a lot of scores are far too ambient and are not memorable. I'm looking at you, Marvel Studios.
Okay, was Marvel Studios the only movie that had a really good soundtrack besides Guardians of the Galaxy was Black Panther? And that won an Oscar for the music. But I 100% agree.
Yeah, not to turn this into a Marvel Studios bad score rant, but the only memorable songs from the MCU that I can think of, in terms of scores, the Avengers theme, that's iconic.
Oh, yeah.
I remember the Guardians of the Galaxy theme, not any of the songs that they use, like the theme that Tyler Bates wrote.
Yeah, that one's good.
The Black Panther anthem. I remember the heist song from the first Ant-Man, and that's it. Nope, I'm sorry. Daredevil's theme song from the Netflix show. That's important too.
All right. So for me, I'm trying to think which one I'm going to defend, just because, when Rudy was a teenager, the Dresden Dolls were like her god. They were like one of the first concerts I went to, and Coin Operated Boy is still one of my favorite songs, even though I no longer like Amanda Palmer. But see the song, if you listen to it, it's about this girl who's like complaining about how she doesn't have love, but she found a coin operated boy. The song could be taken different ways.
It's about a dildo.
Well, see, that's the
one of
thing.
them.
It can be, but in the music video, it's the drummer Brian, and she literally puts a coin in his chest and he comes to life. But see, the thing is in Creature Commandos, it's for what's his name?
G.I. Robot.
G.I. Robot. Yeah. See, and we've talked about it the entire time. All G.I. Robot wants to do is kill some Nazis. He misses
An honorable profession.
I know, he misses it, and he's such a good boy, so why can't he kill some Nazis? Well, when Cersei gets to, like, the castle with the princesses, they're kind of, like, in a bit of a tough spot, and I think G.I. Robot's asked, like, are these dirty Nazis? And Flag goes, yes, G.I. Robot, these are Nazis. And G.I. Robot is so happy that he goes balls to the wall and starts murdering people by the score. And the thing is, he's, like, wearing a smile while he's doing it, but I think also it was, there was flashbacks to how he got in jail, where technically I don't think he should have, he went to jail. His function was to kill Nazis.
Well,
He was built during World War II.
It was interspersed. It ended with him in jail because, like, it was interspersed with he was at that meeting that was set more in the modern day.
Okay, wait. So what happened is somehow his body ended up, I think, in like an antique store or something, and this dude bought him. So we're like, oh, this is going to be sweet. He has a new family. But Luffy, go ahead. Where does this dude take him?
He takes her to a white power meeting, like to a literal Nazi meeting, and dude goes fucking like off, but then it like interspersed it with all the flashbacks of kind of like him, getting his start killing Nazis in the war and doing stuff like that before it like ended on him in jail.
And then
you also can't forget his iconic reaction to the Nazi flag being pulled down. He like very lowly goes, "Oh boy, Nazis," which is something I muttered to myself a lot today.
If you guys can't tell, we all love G.I. Robot here, but yeah,
I did nothing wrong.
And see, it made me laugh just because it was kind of nostalgic for me, but it's also like a very good use of the song. Like, one of the reasons I like James Gunn is he knows how to take established songs and use them to a great effect. Like Father and Son in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, there was another song called American Wedding that he used in Creature Commandos, which was perfectly. It was used for the montage of the bride and Frankenstein fighting. So it's like, of course he's going to make a really good Needledrop. He's like the king of them.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The theme song's Needledrop too.
Inquiry. Is it the director? Like, I feel like, director probably has final say, but I actually thought that that was its own thing, like music wise, with editing. That is like a specific job to pick songs.
Well, see, he's been open about how he picks the songs, so I have a feeling he picked the songs, or maybe also been like, hey, what do you think we should maybe put in here? Like, he's hands on with that, he wears many hats.
Not to mention too, James Gunn films his scenes to those songs too, so they don't feel like they're just placed in there. Like, he films to them.
That makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. That's interesting. So he choreographs to them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what's next on the list. Oh, right, we're doing the list.
I'll be seeing you.
Seeing You by Jimmy Durante.
I nominated this one. I originally was going to nominate Bye 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 by NSYNC for the opening credits, but we already did that.
You should've.
No, number one, we already did that. We did it for funniest scene. And number two, this, like, as much as Deadpool and Wolverine is supposed to be a comedy, this scene actually got me a little emotional because I could tell what they were doing by choosing the song. This song was playing at the very end of the battle at the Cassandra Nova's base, as Deadpool and Wolverine, they get one of Doctor Strange's little portal ring things, and they leave the void behind to go back to their home. And this is playing while they're in their slow-mo montaging over the Fox character cameos that they team up with. So to me, this was goodbye to the Fox universe that built like with the Fox Marvel universe walked so that Marvel Studios could run. Mm-hmm. So this was like a goodbye to them. Like I know they did like a big tribute during the credits with the that Green Day song, but this was the first instance like this is the end. Like they're leaving and they're saying goodbye to the Fox characters.
Maybe.
So it was that's how I chose to interpret it. That's why I nominated it. Plus, I also did want to repeat nominate the NSYNC song.
Okay, John, I just have a question. Did you see any casting news recently?
Yes, I did, and I went ballistic.
In a good way?
Yeah. Okay,
so did I, but I was just like about to say, I didn't want to ruin it, but yeah. Also, the thing.
So the people that were in that scene, not all of them were in that announcement.
Yeah, that's true.
The one everybody wants is though.
But they did tease more announcements will be on the way.
Yo, they said more coming.
Oh boy. Okay, so, I think also I do think the Deadpool movies also have done a good job with their use of songs. And it's a very, I can see where John was like, oh, this is like saying goodbye to the Fox universe. And also, like, it's so nice to see Wesley Snipes' Blade, because Wesley Snipes hasn't really been in anything in, like, the past few years. He used to be everywhere. So it's like, oh, Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, and then he went to prison.
Ew. But also, it was nice, for those of you who don't know, a long time ago, like, I remember being young when they're like, oh, Channing Tatum's going to play Remy LeBeau. That never happens. But now he actually gets a chance to do it. I was like, oh, thank God. Because it really pissed me off that they kept building him up. And he was excited about it, too. So
the project was set to get off the ground, but then Disney bought Fox.
Yeah. So I know that...
He's scratching at his tails, buddy boy. No scratchy.
Oh, Buddy's being mischievous. All right, so I know that I already kind of defended one, but I just want to say something really quick. For those who don't know, Rudy has probably the weirdest music take. I'm someone who listens to pop, rap. I also listen to heavy metal. I also listen to theater. I will listen to anything as long as it's got a good beat. I'm not one of those purists who's like, oh, I only listen to classical rock because it's the only music worth listening to. I don't do that shit, okay? Because here, I was raised by my mom and dad, of course, but they raised me on the music they grew up with.
Yep.
I'm talking Billy Joel, The Temptation, and Frankie Valli. Stuff like,
Frank fucking Zappa.
And see... My parents...
Bon Jovi, Kiss,
love
crap, what else?
Nat King Cole. This man had such a gorgeous voice. He was, I guess, what you would call a crooner.
Yes.
Kind of like Frank Sinatra. So it's like when I heard this song, I was like, well, I'm going to be biased just because, again, I was raised on this. And he has such a gorgeous voice. He's considered to be like one of the most important... like people to both jazz and pop. His career spanned 3 decades.
For me, it's not Christmas until I hear his version of Chestnuts Roasting on Open Fire. I make it a point to listen to that song first as soon as I decide, well, it's Christmas now.
Yeah. Like his voice is so iconic that like there's certain songs like I can't listen to any covers of them. It has to be him. That's just how it is. His voice is so... like that song, L is for the way you look at me.
I love that song.
Oh, my God. It's like, I can't listen to anybody else. And the thing is, it also reflects that, like, the Fallout universe is kind of inspired by, like, the... what era is it? The
1950s, like, retrofuturism.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it works. Because, like, that's one of the things I really did appreciate about the Fallout universe is I haven't played the games yet. My fiance has them and I'm going to borrow them. But I watched them. I'm like, oh, it's retrofuturism. They've done a really good job with that in the Fallout game. Like, not the Fallout game, the Fallout show. And like even the characters feel very... It's like, we're kind of like in the 1950s, even though it's not the 1950s anymore,
the nuclear fallout happened during the 1950s, so the world just kind of stopped at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and especially like when Lucy goes out into the real world, how she's so polite and earnest, and it's like that's what the 1950s were like. We're like about all good American family values and all that stuff. But also, I'm not sure what it is, but a lot of like apocalyptic or like shows will use like old songs. And again, for some reason, it really works. Here, it really, really works. Nat King Cole had the voice of an angel, so.
I think that part of the reason that they do that is because, like, logistically, it's much less likely that, like, even a CD or a tape, like a cassette, would work, like, way into the future. And, like, somebody's MP3 player didn't fucking make it. But a record player...
Oh, yeah.
Might still be functional.
That's a good
It also could be that the copyright law for most of these songs have long since expired.
Also that.
Yeah, see, the thing is you guys don't know when it comes to copyright laws, things have to be in, exist for a certain amount of time before they become public domain.
75 years plus life of the author.
Yeah, the reason we're seeing all these horror movies with Pooh is because Pooh is now in the public domain after 75 years. It's the same with Peter Pan, Popeyes. I think his public domain is up now.
Mouse.
Popeye was public domain as of this year, and Tintin.
Yeah. Batman and Snow White's public domains are coming up, so but I also do think that because of that, they'll have, I think it's like, they have to be a little more creative because, we got to look through these old classic songs and see what really fits instead of using, a more popular song. I think it kind of makes them be a little more creative.
So I Don't Want to See Tomorrow was used during the final battle at the end of the season where, I mostly nominated because it was I personally just thought it was really funny to hear Nat King Cole's dulcet tones over people fucking murdering each other.
I do enjoy that kind of thing.
I'm so imagining violent. That now. Oh my God. That's beautiful.
My runner-up nominee from Fallout would have been when Lucy first exits the vault. I forget what the song is actually called. It's like I'm Going Beachin' or something like that. It's a song about how you're gonna get a tan on the beach, and she's in the desert. She's in the desert and no one's alive. That was my runner-up. I chose Nat King Cole because I was like, his soothing voice over murder. I wanted to nominate I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire by the Ink Spots over when Lucy cuts off the head of the scientist. The real reason I didn't, because the credits roll as soon as she starts with the chainsaw. I didn't think that counted.
Okay. So who wants to, does somebody else want to do So Long My Love? Because I don't want to take up all the time because I nominated Can't Fight This Feeling anymore.
I think I'm the only one here who's watched The Penguin. So do you remember way back in Best Villain when I talked about how Sophia Gigante well, she changed her
right, Gigante. She changed her last name.
She changed her name in that scene that we did for a later category.
Totally deserved.
When she talked about how she gassed the family. Yep. That song is playing when she's walking around turning the gas on and walking around the house. While you see the corpses of her family that's strung up everywhere.
Well then,
yeah.
Yep.
And
did you guys not watch?
What was so interesting to me is
never mind.
The way she was doing it. She's like, it's just another day. She's so calm, and I think part of it is because she's also like, I'm done. I am done with this shitty ass family, which is again totally valid.
Oh yeah.
And this is another example of a very talented jazz singer having just such lovely dulcet tones. Sarah Vaughan was a jazz singer from the 1920s, nicknamed Sassy. She won 2 Grammy Awards, a Lifetime Achievement Award, and was nominated for a total of 9 Grammys. So it's another example. It's like, hey, let's take a really old but classy song and put it over murder. And it worked. I said, I
think that the choice of So Long, My Love, also had both kind of a poignancy and an irony to it because, you could say that you love your family, they're your loved ones and stuff like that, but at the same time, she just fucking didn't. She was done with love kind of as a concept and a notion by that point. She'd just been wrung out by all of the bullshit. And like, so long to love, to my loves that aren't really my loves.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
I guess that just leaves one more.
Okay, I'm sorry if I'm talking too much, but
did you mention? Okay, yeah, that only leaves the Lisa Frankenstein one.
Like I said, I've been like hyping up Lisa Frankenstein because it's a really good movie. It's directed by Zelda Williams' daughter, Robin Williams. Well, we saw this scene when we were watching Best Performer. Lisa Swallows, the main character, finds out that the monster that reanimated things to lightning is a piano player. And at first he plays his own piece. And then he starts playing I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore, which was originally done by REO Speedwagon. But I think in this movie they used the version by Isabella Summers. And Lisa starts singing. And the thing is as I mentioned, Lisa's mom was killed by an axe murder about a year ago. Her dad has remarried this total bitch of a woman who has it like out for Lisa personally for some reason. And her new stepsister is Taffy. Now, Taffy's nice, but she's a cheerleader. So she feels like, they're part of different worlds. Yeah. No, not competitive. Like, she feels like she lives in her shadow, kind of.
And, like, they don't mesh, when maybe? Like, because she's a goth and cheerleader kind of thing.
Sometimes. I think she feels like that sometimes, but Taffy actually likes Lisa and actually wants to be her sister. She's awkward and she's facing trauma. So Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore is when she starts to come out of her shell and starts to like dress kind of like this goth diva. And she seems actually like genuinely happy for the first time in what probably have felt like eons to her. And Catherine Newton, who sings, has a really good voice.
All right.
So that's how
it's time to vote, I suppose.
I'll go next.
Who wants to go first then?
Okay,
Sonic.
Yay.
All right, I'll go next. Live and Learn, obviously. I'll Be Seeing You, Coin Operated Boy, and Don't Want to See Tomorrow.
Okay.
Christine?
Who's next?
Me. I'll just put the dashes in.
Or just say what you're picking, because I have to edit in your choices too.
Oh, sorry. Oh, oops. Sonic.
Live and Learn.
I don't really know. I don't really know the other songs, unfortunately.
Did you not listen to the playlist?
Did nobody
No, I was out
watch
today.
We had time to do it.
I was out.
You could just choose by which title you like the best.
You could choose.
I guess
based on what you heard.
I guess Nat King Cole.
So I Don't Want to See Tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and oh yeah, Deadpool. Duh, forgot about that.
So Live and Learn, Don't Want to See Tomorrow. Then you got one more.
Crap. I'm looking at it right now. I guess So Long, My Love.
Okay, I guess that gets one. All right, Luffy's next.
All right, Live and Learn. So Long, My Love. Coin Operated Boy. And I Don't Want to See Tomorrow.
And Rudy's last.
All right. I Don't Want to See Tomorrow. Can't Fight This Feeling. Coin Operated Boy. And So Long, My Love.
It's a tie between Coin Operated Boy and Live and Learn, if I'm not mistaken.
And and I Don't Want to See Tomorrow.
Right.
It's a 3-way.
So that's 3. All right. Okay, let me think. All right. You have been called up by the head of Disney, and they say, hey, we have a major problem. We have a really kick-ass fight scene in our upcoming Marvel film, but we don't know what song to pick. Can you pick a song, and it has to be good and iconic?
That was easy.
Yeah. Same.
I think Live and Learn would be the best.
As funny as Corn Operated Boy was for the scene.
That would be,
Also, this is also a bit of a bias for me because at my final high school talent show where we had like little projects this year, I actually did use this in a fight scene. So
you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So this wins again in my eyes. So the best use of a needle drop. Shocking. I don't think anybody. Live and Learn by Crush 40 as used in Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
It was a close race.
It's the most popular of the songs from the Sonic universe, so I'm not surprised by that.
Okay, John, do you mind if I read the nominees for Song of the Year?
Yeah, because I don't know who's going to do the category after. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually,
I'll do the category after.
Okay. Oh, you want to do the next one?
I would love to do Biggest Failure. Yes.
Okay, no promises. Okay, Song of the Year.
We got to do the nominee, the category. I'm sorry.
We all love music. We just talked about it a lot. Now we got to talk about the cream of the crop, the best of the best, the song that you have on repeat that makes Spotify say, "Are you okay? You've listened to the song for an hour." So, first up, we have "No Promises to Keep" by Lorraine Alred from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, "Loser Baby" from Has Been Hotel.
How disappointed you were.
I don't know what you're talking about. Warriors of Valor from Metaphor Refantasio. It's Going Down Now from Persona 3 Reloaded. Opera Soroku from Soroku and the Kingdom of Winds. Defying Gravity from Wicked. And the X-Men 97 theme. Should we just get it out of the way?
Get it out of the way.
Okay, so Defying Gravity has been the song of the year again. Because, see, when Wicked came out, everybody was loving Defying Gravity. When I was in school, we had to make a slideshow, and it had to be to a song. I chose Defying Gravity, and I added all the pictures and everything, so I'm a little biased. But the thing is... Okay, hush. So the thing is that... Cynthia Erivo, she started off on in theater, and I feel like some people think it's like, oh, anybody can be a singer. No. You got to hone that craft, because she, especially like the thing with Defying Gravity is, I remember when they announced this, I'm like, I haven't heard her sing. Will she be able to deliver this? Because it was originally, the role of Elphaba was originated by Indina Menzel, aka Elsa from Frozen, and for a while people were like, oh, that's like Inda's song. So I was a little worried that Cynthia would have a lot to live up to, but she delivered it. She and Ariana Grande did a great job, like with the duet parts. It is mostly her song, but Ariana, of course, she has some chops, so it's done so well, and I feel like it gave it, I don't know, I feel like this version gave it more, I'm trying to think of the word, I don't want to say emotion, but I feel like the two of them added something. Gravitas, that's it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And a lot of people keep making like the joke about like, what is it? I'm holding time or something for like the lyrics of Defying Gravity and stuff, but like at the end, when after Cynthia's singing, they say, so we got to bring her, she does that like thing. She made that her own. It like gives you chills. She made it her own. And it's such a simple part.
Like basically after when she walks away with the broom in the window. Oh my God. I literally like, okay, I need to not cry. It's too powerful. It's too
Yeah, when she belts out that,
not gonna get me.
When she belts out that high note, like I almost melted in my chair. Unfortunately, somebody on Blue Sky made a meme that ruined that for me. Now they took the scene from Smiling Friends where they scared the witch with a cross and she's flies away screaming. They put that over that, so that scene's ruined for me now.
No.
No.
I shared it with you guys. I'll share it again.
Oh no.
later.
But yeah, again, like, see, you also hear Defying Gravity at the beginning, the dun 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 dun. So, if they didn't get Defying Gravity right, I feel like it would have been ruined, but they did. Sunfire Arvo delivered. And
She did.
I also like what they did in the scene, like when she jumps out the window and she sees her younger self. I was like, oh, that's actually interesting, So I feel like we're all going to be kind of biased, but guys, just Defying Gravity is such a good song. And I feel like we've also been really thirsty for a good musical.
Yeah.
Like, in a while. Like, I feel like the last good one was Encanto or maybe Hamilton.
Oh God, what did you put in here?
Wait, no, I
think?
do remember this. You shared this on Blue Sky. Okay.
What have you done?
Who wants to go next?
Okay, so who wants to make the case for no promises to keep?
That would have to be me and Christine.
First off, this should have probably been in the tearjerker section, but here we are.
I think the Barrett versus Dine thing was a little stronger personally, but so Christine, you have to help me out with this one. Who's flipping cards?
Sorry, that was me.
I was like, are you also dealing Texas Hold'em at the same time?
No, I'm dealing blackjack.
Okay, I don't know how to play that one, but all right.
21. That's all I know.
Okay, so No Promises to Keep. This is an original song, not only performed by Lauren Allred, but it was composed by longtime Final Fantasy composer Nobuo Uematsu, who up until the Rebirth, remake trilogy, has not worked on a Final Fantasy game since Final Fantasy X.
Is there a reason for that?
I wanted to move on to other things.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's why I said in my honorable mentions that Final Fantasy X was considered the last great Final Fantasy, because that was when all of the key people that made the franchise what it was, that was their last one before they moved on to other stuff. No Promises to Keep was an original song written, and in game, Aerith enters a songwriting contest, and she's never written a song or sung before, and she wins the contest. And at the Gold Saucer, which is like the amusement park in Mount Corel, they have a play called Loveless, and she got the actress who played the character that sings, who was also my waifu from Final Fantasy VII, died, so she filled in for her. And my word, this was a powerful song. Like I liked the song that they made for Remake, which was part 1, but Rebirth, No Promises to Keep, it's hard to explain without outright spoiling what happens in Rebirth, like what the significance of that song. It's basically she's not promising to meet again, because the main thing about the theme of the Remake trilogy is it's like defying fate. Like one of the main things that happens in Remake, I'm sure, have you guys ever seen any of the trailers for the Final Fantasy VII Remake? Do you ever see those like ghosts that are flying around that are attacking? The cloud in them. So, spoilers for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Those things are a literal and figurative representation of fate, and they interfere with what's happening in the game whenever something tries to deviate from the original story of Final Fantasy VII. Like if a character's not supposed... For example, Barrett in Final Fantasy VII Remake gets stabbed by Sephiroth, and everyone thinks he's going to die. One of the ghosts goes through him and goes, nope, revives him. So these ghosts are literally preventing fate from being altered, and then at the end of Remake, you you basically kill them. So it was basically the game's way of saying anything's up to chance now. Like, and it was also telling the audience, hey, all bets are off. Anything could happen. Aerith could live. Aerith could die. Anything could happen. And that's overall the central theme of the song. It's like, I'm not promising anything because fate is no longer set in stone anymore. Does that sound about right to you, Hun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's performed during the musical, and what got me teary eyed is a lot of like the dancers on the stage are like it's also a VR. It's like a 3D VR show. So the members of the audience were in VR headsets, and Jessie, the one of the performers, like they scanned her in, so she's still dancing and all that in the performance, but she's dead in the story. So it was nice to see her again, and also Aerith.
Oh,
did we lose you, Rudy?
You might have lost me for a second.
No, I can still hear you at least.
Okay.
And what got me teary-eyed is I think only Aerith saw this, because Aerith has her, she's an ancient, she's connected to the live stream. She saw images of Biggs, Wedge, and Jessie who did not survive the plate in Sector 7 falling. So they're in the specters of them appear in the audience wave and they disappear. I nearly lost it. What?
Oh God, they really like tugging at your heartstrings.
Like, keep this in mind. Jessie is not a major character in Final Fantasy VII Original at all. But Remake made me fall in love with her, and I was devastated when she died. Even though I knew where and when, it still fucked me up.
So I looked up the woman who sang it. It's Lauren, not Lauren. She also sang a song from Greatest Showman. And she originally was a contestant on The Voice. And then I think she went on to America's Got Talent, and she got extremely far. They approached her, I think, it says like, it was announced that she was going to perform the theme song in 2023 and then did it at the Game Awards. So I think they probably were looking at someone who's very versatile and also has a lot of experience, and I think they made it the perfect choice because her voice is beautiful.
Yeah, she did great performing that song, but no offense to her, she wasn't the performance of that night.
Who was the performance of the Game Awards that year then?
For me, the one that sold the show, the concert in 2023 was Herald of Darkness.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I forgot that was oh my God.
Yeah, they announced No Promises to Keep and performed Herald of Darkness live on stage the same year. That was 2023.
Huh. They sure did, didn't they?
All right. So does anybody want to present one of their other songs? Okay, I nominated a couple of
any
ones.
of these.
I'll go next. I'll go up to bat for Loser Baby.
Okay, hang on a second. I gotta zip my mouth shut. Drip.
Okay, so I believe this song was composed by the Living Tombstone, because I know they did a lot of songs for this show. At least this first season.
As far as I know, the Living Tombstone uses she, her pronouns.
I thought
I was not aware of
they
that.
were made up of I thought they were made up of more than one person.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of the original.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sam Haft.
Okay, so I'm thinking somebody else.
From the Living Tombstone. Yeah. So there is a music producer and American singer. Sam Haft is the singer.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
So I'll explain the context for this. So it focuses on the episode where Angel Dust, he doesn't live such a glamorous life as he's led the occupants of the Haspin Hotel to believe. He boasts about how he's the #1 porn star, but in reality, he's trapped in an abusive contract with his director/pimp, Valentino, who runs a big swath of the porn industry in hell. And he's hoping that if he becomes as damaged and trashy as possible, maybe he'll let him go. And so what's the other one's name? The one that Husk.
The one Keith Richards.
Yeah, the one voiced by Keith David.
Yeah, I was gonna say Keith Richards.
Why did I say Keith Richards? What? I'm sleepy, okay? Don't make fun of me.
That's
Same.
when he finds Angel Dust at a bar. When he finally opens up, Husk also relates about how he actually used to be an overlord in hell, at least until he became crippled by a gambling addiction. And to the point where he lost so much power in an attempt to stay afloat, he made a deal with Alistair. And since they're both of rock bottom, self-loathing loners, they sing a song called Loser Baby, which basically is, our lives suck, but maybe if we stick together, it will suck a little less.
We'll suck together. Don't take that out of context.
I mean, there is kind of that context implied.
So it's the catchiest song in the entire show, and I will not let anyone tell me otherwise.
Yeah, I liked Poison better.
Oh, Luffy.
I liked Poison better. So I've listened to the songs, but I haven't watched the show. I will not watch the show. But yeah, I liked Poison like I liked Addict. I like the themes a lot more. And the singer.
Okay, so we got another JRPG coming up.
We have two by the same company.
Yeah.
Warriors of Valor is the battle theme from Metaphor Fantasio. What makes this one special is Shoji Meguro, who is the composer of the Persona series. He typically does like more modern or poppy songs.
This song goes too fucking hard. It's great
for his for the games because they're set in a modern setting. But this Metaphor Fantasio is the first one where the Persona team went for a fantasy setting. So this was where Shoji Meguro got to do whatever the hell he wanted. And evidently one of the things he wanted to do was he got the official priest of a real religion to rap. And
no, I was...
What the fuck?
I'm dead serious. The chief priest of, I forget what the name of the religion is rapping a prayer during this epic orchestral boss battle.
I'm sorry. This song is fantastic. Please go look it up if you haven't, because oh my god, this song goes so fucking hard. Oh my god.
And I'm gonna say this, there's something about like chanting when you add it to a song, it improves it. Because I remember I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen to the playlist, and then I heard like the song from Metaphor, and I was like, wow, I feel really pumped up. I need to go slay some monsters in a dungeon. Like it made me feel like I want to go on an adventure.
And my favorite part about it is like, if for those of you that have played Persona, there are two battle themes typically. There's one where you get the advantage on the enemy and one where the opposite happens. The one where you don't get the advantage, it's a similar song to the one we nominated, but it's the same priest and he's rapping even faster.
Jesus Christ.
See, like, I love that idea that this like video developer was like, hey, this might be weird, but could you maybe rap? Yes, I haven't just you want me to rap, I'll do it. Like, and he's done it. The priest did it twice.
Yeah, his name is Keisuke Honryo. He's the chief priest of the Myoji Temple. And that's his credit on the song.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Like, he sounds awesome, and that he doesn't take himself too seriously.
And he's not just on the battle theme. He's on like all of the songs that have like a vocal prayer on it. And of course, how I learned about this song's existence was from the Pringus McDingus cartoon about it.
Oh my god, that looks amazing.
Okay.
So I think me and Luffy can join you for this one, John. It's going down now from Persona 3 Reload.
Which was ineligible for any rewards because it was a remake, except for this. This is new to the remake.
I want to say something. I have not played this game yet, but I've been watching the Let's Play of it on John's channel that he's playing. Well, Jad's playing it, but it's on John's channel with Luffy. And every time the song comes on, what I do is I have something on in the background while I'm working on stuff. Every time the song comes on, it starts with beep, beep, and I'm like, I all of a sudden like start shimmying like, and I go, like, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. The song is that catchy.
Step in the peace.
Look into my eyes. Now tell me the things you're blabbing about behind my back. That is the lyrics. That is the lyrics. I'm serious.
Really?
No, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And here I thought You'll Never See It Coming was the catchiest battle theme in a Persona game.
Do you think it's better than Last Surprise?
It's a toss-up. Almost.
Christine's going to hate me for this. My personal favorite is Reach Out for the Truth because she hates that song.
No.
That's the one from 4, which we may be hearing a new version of very, very soon.
Knock on wood.
Minor segue. I realized what I did. I mixed up The Living Tombstone and Eurobeat Brony because they did a song together, and Eurobeat Brony is now a lady.
Okay, so they go by she, they then.
Yeah, she is what I'm finding, but whatever.
Okay.
Anyway,
I wanted to be sure. And so it's going down now as the new song that they made for Persona 3 Reload. That's the only reason this was eligible, because I didn't count Persona 3 Reload for any of the nominees. I'm like, as cool as this is, it's mostly just a remake of the original Persona 3. Unless it's like a transformative experience like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is, where like, yeah, it's a retread of the story, but in an imaginatively different way and expanded upon. But like if it's like a straight remake where it changes nothing, or a remaster where it literally just makes it prettier and play better, no, that doesn't count. But it's going down now. It was written for the remake in the same way that Takeover was for Persona 5 Royal, and Time to Make History was for Persona 4 Golden. It's like the new Advantage song, but then if you don't get the Advantage, it plays the original. And it's really catchy because it has the new actress showing off her chops, with also the sweet return of Lotus Juice. Speaking of people rapping during songs, yeah, that's becoming a thing with Atlas games, isn't it? They have somebody rapping on JRPG battle themes. I guess the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Frankly, I liked it. I like it.
Hell
it's
yeah,
a fun song.
Lotus Juice is awesome.
Oh yeah. Okay, now I think I know who nominated this one. Opera Shiroko. Rudy, would you like to state the case for this song?
Okay, so in Soroku and the Kingdom of Wind, we find out that Soma likes to sing when she is scared, and after meeting Soroku, she opens up her own opera house where she performs. And I'm gonna try to say the singer's name. I'm pretty sure they're French because it's a French film, but the person who sings has such a beautiful and very strong voice. It's very ethereal. So Celia Kameni, I really hope I'm saying that right.
Well, now that I've watched this with you, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful and dreamy, and you can kind of understand why the mayor is like so madly in love with her, because her voice is just so hauntingly beautiful. And when she sings, we kind of are introduced to her, I guess you could say her power that from the necklace she got Soroku. She can sort of summon wind with her voice. And the also like the imagery during the song is really pretty too. I just think all of it goes together really well. And again, she just has such a beautiful ethereal voice. Gives me chills.
Definitely. That was, especially with, it almost sounded like, I'm trying to find my words for it. Like, she was able to exhale so much air. Like, oh my God. How are you not gasping and choking?
Practice.
I know. She probably had to practice a lot to get like that, yeah.
The guy made of air gave her air to use to sing.
True. And I know who's going to defend and our final nominee.
All rise for the 90s cartoon national anthem.
Okay, I think all of us are going to defend it just because this is kind of an iconic theme song. That I mean,
I unfortunately never watched it.
Well, I didn't. I didn't until the new show was coming out. But even when I didn't watch it, like I would see it on like commercials. I'm like, this theme song kicks ass, and it doesn't have any words in it. And they'd made a brand new version for the Disney Plus show. And even the Disney branding on social media is like, never skip the opening. Never skip the opening.
I mean, like, if we really want to fight about best 90s theme song, I'm going to defend the Pokemon theme. I just am.
Okay, but like as John said, it's a theme with no words. Okay, I'm going to say that I think when you have a song that's just instrumental, it's sometimes a little harder to make it iconic because there's no words. But like, think about the X-Men theme, you know, it's like, even though I hadn't heard it in years, I still remember how it goes, you know, like it's the same like with Star Wars, you know, da 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 da.
I guess I'm trying to think, like, you say like instrumental theme is not necessarily as iconic, and I immediately think of like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, The Office, like
NCIS.
Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, that's true.
Ren and Stimpy doesn't have lyrics either.
So yeah, like I think the thing is just
Batman theme.
What are the things about like an iconic theme song that doesn't like have words? I think it shows like that the people who made the song put in like the extra work. And, you know, we had been talking about how like, you know, the Marvel movies don't have like really memorable soundtracks. So it's good to know that the people working on this show are like, you know, we need to make sure we still get the theme song right. We can't fuck it up.
Not only that, but the showrunners behind X-Men 97 gave you a legitimate reason not to skip the intro. In the original X-Men animated series, the animation that was playing in the with the song basically never changed. Every episode of X-Men 97, they changed something about the intro. Sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's not. So,
awesome idea.
If we ever get around to watching X-Men 97 for a movie night, we don't skip the intro. Not because not just because the song kicks ass, but something will change. Always.
Like School Live.
Okay, so I think it's time to vote.
Yep.
All right.
Should I go first this time?
Yeah, you go first.
Go for it.
Warriors of Valor. X-Men 97. No Promises to Keep. And Defying Gravity.
Can I go?
Can
I go?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Christine.
Defying Gravity, No Promises to Keep, Warriors of Valor, and Sirocco.
Okay, I'll
that scene was good. What else can I say?
No, it was.
Okay.
I agree.
Loser Baby, Warriors of Valor, It's Going Down, and Defying Gravity.
Luffy, do you want to go next?
Sure. It's Going Down now. Opera Sirocco. The X-Men theme, and Defying Gravity.
Yeah, who didn't know that?
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to do the X-Men theme. It's Going Down.
Did nobody remember to add the votes? I'm not seeing.
No. John's adding the votes.
Oh, I'm not seeing that.
Opera Sirocco.
Vote in.
Okay, I gotta give it to Defying Gravity.
It was gonna win anyway. It was gonna win anyway.
How did we know? It's just the song is that good, everybody.
It can't be nominated again. It can't be nominated again.
That's true. All right, so Luffy's gonna read Biggest Failures, and for us to understand their failures when we talk about the nominations, I have how much money they lost.
Oh no!
No! Oh no!
And I've got pictures for this one.
All right. So sometimes a movie, a television show, a video game, a book is just too ambitious. Maybe it's coming from a different type of source material. They're adapting something, and they didn't fucking bother to read the original. They cast badly. They They cut badly. The editor was terrible. The director was bad. Who wrote this script? So,
or it took too long to make.
Or it took too damn long. So, our nominees for biggest failure: the Borderlands, I believe, TV show, or was that movie?
Movie
by Gearbox Software and Lionsgate.
Delay this as long as you can, because I'm missing a picture.
Concord by PlayStation Studios. The Crow 2024 by Lionsgate Films. Harold and the Purple Crayon by Sony Pictures. The Knuckles series by Sega and Paramount Plus. Like a Dragon, Yakuza by the Yakuza game Like a Dragon is what it says. I don't know why that's written backwards. By Sega and Amazon Prime.
Because the show on Amazon is called Like a Dragon Yakuza. The 7th game, the one that introduces Ichiban and turns to RPG.
It's called Yakuza Like a Dragon. That is very confusing.
Yes, it is.
Multiversus?
This wasn't even a nominee when we started this podcast.
By Warner Brothers Games. Madam Web / Craven the Hunter.
They're both bad. Nominate them together.
By Sony Pictures. Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League by Warner Brothers Games.
All right.
And that's all the ones I see. So who wants to go first?
Should we just get the out of the way, Austin? Should we get the obvious one out of the way? Concord. Concord is so bad. Yeah. Nobody wanted it. It took way too long to make. They started developing it when Overwatch came out. Keep in mind, Overwatch came out in 2016. And this game was due to release last year.
So 8
years on a live service game that wasn't free. You had to buy this game. And
for like $40, wasn't it?
I think it was 60. Correct.
Oh, that's even worse.
Nowadays they charge $70.
That's ridiculous.
Okay. Imagine being a puss sucker who paid $70 for this.
Especially when I get to what I say next. The game did so poorly. It sold so poorly. They shut it down for maintenance. Except no, they didn't shut it down for maintenance. They destroyed it for good. The game was recalled. You literally cannot play this game anymore. It's gone.
Yeah,
it's dead.
Yeah, they shut down. Yeah. Like less than 2 weeks after launch, they shut it down.
So, do you guys want to know how much it costs to make?
I think I already know, but tell us everything anyway.
$400 million.
A $400 million loss.
Oh yeah.
And they still want to push live service games.
Oh,
they've learned this is We Have Guardians of the Galaxy at home. It has no personality, no sauce. And are we shocked?
Not really.
But
I would also just...
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead, Judd.
Yeah, even when they first started off, I wasn't interested. It looked like no live service crap, and turns out I was right.
Yeah, there was a PlayStation State of Play in May before it's coming out. They dedicated half the show to the game, shoving it down our throats, and they tacked on Astro at the end. One of them won Game of the Year and still lives.
So here's I've talked about this before. I play like mostly indie games. Last year for like the big fall sale, I got about, I'm gonna say maybe 12 games for $100. 12 games for $100. And one of them was a game that I think it might have been one of the Yakuza games was also on sale. So I managed to get a lot more for my money than the people who spent money on this. But also, there are people who are making games by themselves that are more successful than this $400 million dumpster fire. It just proves that just because you're throwing money at something, it doesn't mean it's going to be quality. Just that people need to learn this now.
Yeah, this is why we're going to see a big indie game renaissance. Like all these indie developers focusing on gameplay design and function over size and realism.
Yeah.
Hey! One of my favorite games is an indie game. I believe No Man's Sky is an indie game.
My most anticipated for this year is an indie game.
So I'll do this one. So for those of you who don't know, Harold and the Purple Crayon is a little book about this little baby who has a magic purple crayon, and he draws and creates a world. So here's the thing.
Oh, that's what the movie looks like? Ew.
Okay, so Christine's not wrong, but here's the thing. I was gonna watch this. I got it on Amazon. I had some credits. You guys want to know how far I got into the movie?
10 minutes.
20.
Oh, it was close.
20 minutes. Guys, I couldn't do it. Because here's the thing. It starts out animated. And it's super cute. But as soon as they go to the real world, all the charm is lost. First of all, we got Levi, or just stop having autism, in here in this movie, playing a character that's literally supposed to be a child, but apparently he's grown up, and he's just... This movie is trying to be whimsical, and it is failing. And here's the thing, in his animated world, he's got two friends, a moose and a porcupine. Can someone explain to me, when moose and porcupine go to the real world, they're suddenly human?
And they're not even like... They're not even like...
Oh my god. Is like, the guy all the way on the right supposed to be the moose?
Yep.
And the porcupine's supposed to be the one with the skirt, right?
Yes. That's terrible. That's terrible. Yep. That's a terrible way to humanize.
Yeah, like...
Porcupine is a mohawk. Cool.
Yeah, and... I love whimsical stuff, but no. And you want to know how much this lost?
Uh-oh.
How much?
I'm worried.
How much did it make?
The movie
120 million.
The movie cost 40 million to make. It lost 8 million because it only made 32 million. It didn't even make back its budget.
Yeah, like Leslie Sony, they tried to sell the distribution rights to Netflix, but even they were like, no.
When even Netflix says that, you're fucked. You're fucked.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. And
also, last thing about Zachary Levi. What do you mean? He has the media literacy of a child. That still counts, doesn't it?
Oh my god.
Okay, so John, do you want to join me for Borderlands?
No, I have something for one of the other nominees I made. So, one of the shows I watched this year was a buddy comedy about sports, about a man who wanted to prove to his deadbeat father that he could be something and make something of himself if he defeats him in a bowling tournament in Las Vegas. If it sounds to you like, wait a minute, John, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not one of our nominees. Unfortunately, yes, it is.
Oh,
what?
I just described to you the plot of Knuckles the Echidna on Paramount. I did not mention Knuckles because, as far as I'm concerned, he's barely in the fucking show he's named after.
Jesus.
Ooh, it has a 67% on Rotten Tomatoes from the fans.
Oh, no. One of the only saving graces from this show, Carrie Elways plays Wade's deadbeat dad, who's a bowling pro. Christopher Lloyd plays Pakakamak, the Echidna elder, and there's a musical with puppets in the middle of the season. I thought that was funny, especially since there was a puppet of the final boss in Sonic 06 for some reason. But beyond that,
was this like fan fiction or something?
It has to be. What other explanation is for this shit?
Because it sounds like a fanfic. I'm not trying to be mean. This is coming from someone who writes fan fiction. That sounds like a fanfic to me.
Yeah,
a bad fanfic.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
This especially makes me mad because Knuckles is my favorite Sonic character. I love Knuckles. He's been my homie since I was 4 years old. And this is what he gets as his spin-off show? Fuck you.
Hey, buddy, you're not happy about the Knuckles spin-off either?
And there are people saying, Knuckles and Shadow should get thrown on a spin-off show. No, the fuck they shouldn't.
And my thing is I also don't remember anybody really talking about this show after it aired, which is not a good thing either.
Now, do you know why?
Do, but it wasn't positively. I'm actually going to both plug and drop in the chat. If you have ever heard of Bobby Schroeder, aka Pawnette, aka Thanks Ken's Pensers on Tumblr, she wrote a lovely breakdown of why this show sucked. So
I'll look at it afterwards.
Also, there's also a podcast.
He's a very thoughtful reviewer.
There's also a podcast to listen to, the Gigaboots Podcast Network. They also did a discussion about this, and they called the review of it "The Wade Show," guest starring Knuckles. Because that's what it is.
Oh boy. Okay. So that's what it sounds like. It's like, who the hell is Wade Whipple? He's not from the Sonic
games.
He
is, but he's the character that you almost never see.
Is he actually in the game? I thought much like Tom and most of the other human characters in the films, he just was invented for the film.
He is. The only characters that are from the games are Knuckles. Sonic and Tails have a cameo in episode 1. Pakakamak, he's the Echidna Elder from Sonic Adventure 1. And Iblis, the giant monster who's the final boss of Sonic 06, he is a giant puppet.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm going to go find this and show everybody.
Okay. So,
what have you done?
Jed, you want to do Borderlands with John?
Yeah, so...
Okay, wait, before I do it... Oh, geez. Okay.
I'll do mine.
So the film cost either 110 million or 120 million. For sake of argument, we're going to say it was 110. So the box office gross was $33 million. They lost $70 million off this film. Yeah. Gearbox Studios might not
By
be
the way,
around
before we move
anymore.
on, this is Iblis in Sonic 06. This is Iblis in the Knuckles show.
Huh. Oh, Jesus. What is that?
I might hit Facebook Marketplace up.
Somehow more dignified than how he looked in Sonic 06.
I don't know if I agree with you. I think they're the same.
Yeah. So, okay, so Borderlands film, it was announced back in 2014 as a joint venture between Gearbox Software, the developers of the series, and Lionsgate. But for a long, long time, you only heard sparse rumors about it. Like, they were allegedly trying to poach this one director who never really signed on. And let's see. And it wasn't until 2019 that they finally locked in a director, Eli Roth. It was weird considering he mainly directed horror films.
That's what I was about to mention. I went to look at his filmography. Like, I think only maybe 2 of these. Maybe there's a kids film and then a martial arts film, but everything else is horror.
I mean, Borderlands has horror elements in it, but interesting choice.
And let's see. And, but there was some small glimmer of hope because of who was writing Borderlands. Craig Mason, who created the HBO series Chernobyl and then worked as the showrunner for The Last of Us series.
Which you all heard my thoughts on Last of Us as a series. The show is better than the game, so I had high hopes that this would probably be pretty good. But
in early 2020, they announced that filming would begin later that year. But then, you know what happened, and COVID pretty much put the whole world in a standstill, and the people actors who were willing to sign on and work a film was heavily restricted. So much so that Eli Roth had to call in a few favors of actors who were in his previous films. Like, let's see.
Kate Blanchett, who plays Lilith in this movie, only wanted to be in it because she was tired of sitting at home. She was fucking bored. This was the only reason she wanted to be in this.
Jeez.
And Jack Black, who voices Claptrap, was in that family comedy Eli Roth directed.
The Clock in the Walls, I think it's called.
The House with the Clock in the Walls.
Yeah, I read the book.
And another thing you should know about this film is that it has nearly 18 producers attached to it. All people from Lionsgate, 8, Gearbox, and 2K Games.
18.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
And also Avi Arad, who also produced another film we'll get to in this category. So, filming finally began in 2021, but then silence once more. Until finally in January 2023 when Lionsgate broke the news once more. Turns out that filming for Borderlands had wrapped up and it was set to be released in 2022, but then they decided to do a shit ton of reshoots.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and usually reshoots are usually decided on in the editing phase, so that way they can have the cast and crew still be on board to do it. But this was done nearly 2 years after they wrapped up filming, and Eli Roth was no longer available because he was directing that slasher film Thanksgiving instead.
Thanksgiving.
Which was
so instead, they had to bring in Tim Miller to direct the reshoots. And
oh no!
One problem is the actress who played Tiny Tina, who's supposed to be a little girl, she noticeably aged, so any scenes that involved her either had to have her facing away from the camera or have her be far away from it.
That still didn't work because look at her first scene in the movie, then look at the rest of it, you'll notice.
Yeah. And not to mention, they had a bunch of exposition narrative voiceover, which is a telltale sign of a hasty reshoot.
Yeah. Because the Borderlands, the games didn't have a narration over it either.
And Craig Mason, who wrote the original draft of the film, it went through 2 different rounds of rewrites from 2 different writers, including Eli Roth himself. And in 2023, he demanded that his name be removed from the credits.
Oh, damn. That's never a good sign.
Yeah, after the success of The Last of Us show and then also being attached to this, you wouldn't want it either.
Yeah.
So there was a mysterious second person credited alongside Eli Roth for the screenplay, whose name is Joe Crombie. But he has no IMDb profile and no other credited works. So
it has to be a pen name.
Pseudonym. But here's the thing. Craig Mason said that wasn't his pseudonym. Not to mention he publicly denounced the film, and a minute he worked on it. So there's no reason to believe why he would use a pseudonym after removing himself from it, and quite publicly, as a matter of fact. But yeah, this film was an absolute flop. So much so that the head of Gearbox Software, Randy Pitchford, got into arguments on Twitter with fans over the quality of the film.
I hate that guy so much.
He's an ass. Like, after getting into so many arguments, instead, he teased that Borderlands 4 was on the horizon, which it turns out it is.
Yeah. I hope that washes the memory of this smooth film out, especially for you, Austin, because Borderlands 4 is coming out on your birthday.
Oh, yay. Okay, and who nominated The Crow?
Me.
Oh, I think... Oh, you did?
Okay, Luffy,
okay.
You got this.
That was 110% me.
All right, so who wants to guess how much this movie cost?
I actually have the wiki page up so that I could double check some things.
Oh, you can go ahead and do it then. I'll just exit the wiki page. I just brought it up just in case nobody wanted to do it, but go ahead, Luffy.
This film cost $50 million to make, and the box office was $24 million. That is a loss of $26 million.
God, it didn't even make half. It didn't even make half.
Yet another flop from Lionsgate.
Don't forget,
I also just want to say
don't forget
this is a sort of
I was going to say, don't forget too, making back the entire budget is not enough. You also have to make back additional to that for all the advertising for it. So if it's like, say, if it costs $250 million to make and you make 250, that's still a failure because you have to pay back the advertisers.
And not to mention, the longer a film plays in theaters, the more revenue you guys share with the theaters.
Correct. Correct.
Now, I'm not sure how many people are familiar with The Crow.
I'm familiar with the infamous incident that happened during the making of the first movie.
Yes. During the first film that was made in 1994, The Crow is actually based off of a comic book that came out in 1989 that still has iterations running today. James O'Barr started writing it to cope with the death of his fiancée at the hands of a drunk driver. It centers on a character named Eric, who is basically brought back from the dead to like as kind of like a zombie to basically work as like a Grim Reaper, kind of, but like a Grim Reaper superhero. And he's brought back by like a crow to seek vengeance on the murderers and stuff. But like that's like kind of where like the whole fucking name comes from. Cool. Okay. Anyway, in the 90s, they made a Crow film with Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee. And during filming, a prop gun was like, to my understanding, was misloaded, I think is how it was. But Brandon Lee died during production. It was released posthumously, and over the years, it has become something of a cult classic. So they've been discussing bringing this movie back and this franchise and stuff since 2008. They've had the fucking rights to this, and they've been talking about like rebooting it and remaking it. And it's been through literally, they've switched actors over and over and over and over. Like they had a different actors signed on to it, such as like they had Jason Momoa for a minute. They had like all of these different people. Obviously, none of that panned out. We got Bill Skarsgård and FKA Twigs. I'm not sure.
FKA Twigs is a singer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to say FKA.
No, you said it right.
Okay, FKA Twigs. Okay, so this film completely went away from literally everything that was The Crow. Like everything that the film was about. We spend like, instead of Shelley dying like very early, we instead spend a good, I want to say 2/3 of the movie, if not more, on their like fucking relationship, when the entirety of The Crow is supposed to be about his vengeance for her death. And like they changed him from this like goth singer dude into a like artist, recovering drug addict. They meet in rehab and run away. And we never like, we barely see him as The Crow, even though he's not even really in the fucking iconic makeup. Like the Crow has like kiss makeup is the best way I know how to explain it. Like white face makeup, big black eyes, black lipstick. You know?
Just based on this poster, he looks like Jared Little Joker, but worse.
Basically. And these two, like, I don't want to see their fucking love story for this goddamn long, especially when they have the chemistry of like, it's negative chemistry. There's no electricity between them. It's fucking static. It's like, I don't know. I really don't know how to put into a metaphor how bad these two play off of each other.
You don't hear a bubbling flask when these two get together. You hear a
Yep. Yeah. Like there's just nothing. It is you're waiting for like, their love story is just, it's nothing. It's empty. They're so fucking boring as a couple. And I usually love Bill Skarsgård. He's very talented. This was not the role for him. And like they decided to go into like some of the weird dynamics of like the supernatural, like in between area before like actually sending Eric back. Like, no, I signed up for The Crow to see a tortured, sad goth man kill a bunch of people. This is not what I signed up for. I did not sign up for this like weird breaking out of like rehab and hanging out and running away from gangsters who like have like, and part of like the tragedy of the originals that they didn't really have any reason to attack Eric and Shelley. But this time around, they made it like Shelley's into the occult and the gangsters don't like that. And the plot's bad. The action's bad. We spend way too long on parts of the story that do not fucking matter. And like, it's just one of the worst remakes I think that I have ever seen. It loses the flair of both the original comic and the original film all at once. It's like, I don't know if it was trying so hard to do its own thing, but it did it bad.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the second time they tried rebooting The Crow?
I think.
Because I think they tried to remake this like in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. So this is like...
Let me check.
They have been trying to my understanding, remake it for a long time, but they couldn't get it going. Yeah,
they tried sequels too. Wait, no, they did make a sequel in 1996, and then there was a television series, a third film, a fourth film.
Yeah,
and there was a planned sequel that was going to be by Rob Zombie, but it never came to be.
Okay, I wanted to be sure.
Yep.
I wanted to be sure in case you hadn't addressed it already, because while you were talking about this film, breaking news just dropped.
What?
Remember the winner for our best use of a needle drop category? I just learned they're going to be performing at the convention I'm going to in June.
Oh, damn.
What, really?
Yeah, Crush 40's coming to Too Many Games.
Shut
Dude, that's awesome.
Oh, hell yeah. This con's getting stacked.
Yeah, sorry. That news broke while you were talking. I apologize.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Yeah. So just according to the wiki page, it said that they've had it entered development in December 2008. And Stephen Norrington wanted to direct a reinvention of The Crow. It cycled through directors, screenwriters, and cast members, including Norrington, Juan Carlos Francisco, Javier Duartiez, Colin Hardy. It had at some point signed Bradley Cooper, Luke Evans, Jack Houston, and Jason Momoa were all cast as Eric at various points in development.
Okay, so this is the movie I thought came out, but it went into developmental hell. I never heard from it again.
Yes, it was also nominated for 2 Razzies. It did not win, but for both worst remake and worst supporting actress for FKA Twigs. So yeah, it fucking sucked. I went to this with my masseuse. Shout out to Shamika, who The Crow was one of her favorite series of all time. Like, she's read all the comics. And she was so pissed. She was so goddamn
I would be pissed too. It sounds like I've known with a lot of remakes, they will totally miss the reason why the original was popular, like every single time.
Both, in this case, it missed it twice because like there's quite a few differences between like the comic and the 96 film, but the 96 film became a cult classic for its own reasons. So like it like missed both why the comic was popular and why the fucking original film was popular. Like, so you guys fucking biffed it.
And now Lionsgate is hoping AI will save them.
Well, you know what? Lionsgate might not be around for much longer. Oh, okay, so
Lionsgate meet Heaven's Gate.
You, John, you watched the Yakuza Like a Dragon show, right?
Yes, I did, begrudgingly.
Okay, wait. I gotta ask. I gotta. So here's the thing. I've seen some reviews on it, and if you guys don't know, one of the side characters, he's not a main character, but people love him just as enough, is a character named Majima.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So Majima is known
my husband.
Yes. Everybody's favorite crazy husbando. This man is known to be unhinged. That's like his whole thing. He's a Yakuza boss, but he's just, he's not all there. It seems from what I'm understanding is that he was in the show, but they made him boring.
He's barely in the show, and for just to issue correction, Majima's whole crazy thing that he does is a front. He's not actually crazy. Yeah. He adopted the personality of someone he looked up to, Homare Nishitani, because Majima has lived his whole life under the thumb of other people, and when he goes crazy, it's when he feels like he's the most free, and when he can intimidate other people, so he can feel like he's in control, not anybody else.
It's kind of sad because I'm looking at a picture of the guy who plays him. He looks exactly like Majima.
But that is not why this show is a failure. This show is a failure. To summarize in short words, before I get into big words, why this show is a failure. This show did one thing, the one thing you could have done to make a live action adaptation of the Yakuza / Like a Dragon franchise that you could make. You made it fucking boring. You took a series that is known for that balances melodrama and comedy. You sucked out the comedy, and you made it not interesting. Granted, I will give the actors and even the dub actors, many of them who are voice actors who appear in the series. Like Alex Lee does a fantastic young Kiryu in the dub. Johnny Young Bosch is a great Nishiki in the dub, and Matt Mercer comes back as Majima in the 5 minutes of screen time he's in these 6 episodes.
Oh God!
But I'm glad Majima was really in it because there's not much to write home about. My biggest problem with the show is it's boring. They took a show that exaggerated and was inspired by the old school Yakuza movies in Japan of like the 80s, 60s, 70s, and they just made it just like them, but without any of the charm or the flair. It's just boring. And worse yet, so if you're not familiar with the first Yakuza, the very first Yakuza game starts out in 1995, where Kiryu's framed for the murder of his patriarch, when actually Nishiki, his sworn brother, is the one who killed him because he was trying to sexually assault the woman he was in love with. But Kiryu took the fall for him, and he went to prison for 10 years, and he comes out in 2005, and he tries to solve the mystery of the missing 10 billion yen from the Tojo clan, when it turns out the love of his life stole it. This show jumps around time way too much. So if Rudy, I know you watched the Fallout show where they jump around time to explain the context behind the broader plot. This show doesn't do that. This show just jumps around for no reason at all. And you're left unable to follow exactly where the hell this is going. So this show became really, really hard to follow and hard to like. Honestly, they sucked out all the personality the Yakuza games had. And that, to me, was the biggest crime, other than making Shimano not ugly. Shimano is normal looking in this.
Wait. What is he in the picture?
Here's the other thing. Shimano is like one of the big bads. As much as he's a meme on my channel, he's one of the big bads of Yakuza 1. He's really not in the show.
What? Oh my god.
So, and Kiryu's character is boring, and they tried to grant them credit for trying to expand on Yumi, the love of his life's character, and they try to make her story more rounded out. But I feel like they accomplished the rare feat of adding more, and the one where they gave you less was better.
It could, like, they added more, but at the expense of some of the existing plot points and things that would have been there and needed to be there.
They changed too much of the plot where they overcomplicate. You didn't need to complicate the plot of Yakuza 1. It's Kiryu goes to prison, framed for murder. He comes out, and then more murder happens, and he's trying to solve the mystery of it while trying to find the love of his life who went missing. He also adopts a young girl, Haruka, who turns out to be the daughter of his love of his life. She's barely in this too. And Haruka Sawamura is the emotional anchor of like the second half of Yakuza. And she's hardly there. I don't think she even meets Kiryu in this show.
What?
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Okay.
So this show also is not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not, I guess, super high with critics because it has a 69 on Rotten Tomatoes from the critics, but from the audience, it has a 31%.
There you go.
Yeah, that's bad.
And I don't think they ever announced it was getting greenlit for a second season.
Good.
I haven't really heard anything about it. So then,
lastly,
Chad, do you want to do?
Lastly, not as important. Here's our ugly homeboy Shimano in the games. Here he is in the show.
What?
He doesn't even look like the same character.
No, that guy doesn't look a thing like him.
Was it that hard to find a bald, hilariously ugly man in Japan?
He doesn't have the eyebrows or the lips.
He looks like the other guy. The other villain from one of the other games.
You're right, he does.
He looks like no, to me.
Find him in the sewers on a motorcycle.
Kuzi? Kind of.
This was like an actual Japanese production.
Yes.
But isn't it mostly Westerners that use Rotten Tomatoes? I would love to know how the Japanese felt about this. They probably didn't like it either.
They didn't like it either. You'd hear about it otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and last point, Austin. Last point. I'm sorry. This show also committed another sin that I'm tired of fucking seeing in game and adaptations. The production crew forbade the actors from looking at the source material.
What?
Hollywood.
How you can do that?
Stop fucking doing that. Stop fucking doing that.
I don't understand why the fuck you would ever do that.
That makes absolutely no sense. How the heck can they not get they have to get a sense for the characters, don't they? That's like telling if someone's starring in a Shakespeare adaptation to not read any Shakespeare. What the fuck?
When you're going to be reading the script anyway.
I guess, I feel like their whole notion of it is like, oh, well, we're making our own thing, and we want you to bring your own thing to the character instead of like just trying to copy what other people have done. But like, you can still. That's ridiculous. It's just like saying like it's like saying that Cynthia Erivo shouldn't have ever seen Idina Menzel as Elphaba when we know that she still brings her own thing to it.
You can look at the source material and do your own thing at the same time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give like a quick example from my life. I was in a production of A Doll's House in college, and to understand the main character, I'm playing the lead. I watched the movie they did because I kind of didn't get a feel for her until I saw the movie and understood why she was acting the way she was and why she seemed so childlike and everything. Everybody, like all the men in her life have like babied her and infantiled her. And I'm like, okay, so that's why she's like this. I also feel like that's just not fair to the actors. Like, well, don't you want them to get excited for the role too?
I just and I think that you're gonna. I've never seen that go well. I've never seen them say, "Don't look at the source material," and then whatever adaptation they produce the fans like it.
Unfortunately, Amazon's gonna be doing this again because they're doing a live action adaptation of God of War, and they told the actors, "Don't play the game."
Jesus Christ!
Oh my God!
Oh boy, here we go again. Okay.
The only good thing the show produced was they had the actor who plays Kiryu. They had him sing Baka Mitai. And I liked that. That's it.
All right. So, Jad, you want to do multiverses?
Okay.
You have to.
Yeah, seeing how I'm the one who spent the most time on this game. Oh my god. So, Multiversus is rumors began to sprout out back in 2022 when, I suppose. Oh, right. No, it's 2021 when. But I suppose Rasa was leaked for a alleged crossover platformer fighting game that Warner Bros. Was working on. And its roster featured likes of Bugs Bunny, Rick from Rick and Morty, Garnet, Superman, Batman, and even Beetlejuice. It was, and so it was something and was up, and it wasn't until later in 2021 that Warner Brothers finally announced it. And they showed off a teaser trailer featuring a bunch of Warner Brothers characters from the different brands and franchises from DC, Cartoon Network, Looney Tunes, Adult Swim, even Game of Thrones in a platformer crossover fighter. And the first season launched in 2022. It was supposed to last as for a while, but then after the second season, as they called it, content started to dry up. And people didn't know why. And then, in March 27th of 2023, they announced, oh no, it's just an open beta, and it's ending as we retweet the game, which has shocked a lot of people, because Multiversus says that they wasn't gonna do that. And then the full game finally launched in May 28th of 2024. With its first season adding butts and characters, but then, and let's see, I believe even in November 2024, Warner Brothers announced that the game lost $100 million with them, even though, before that, they bought the developer Player First Games, and then in January of 31st of 2025, Warner Brothers announced that a fifth season of Multiversus would be its last. As in a month later, they shut down Player First Games, making it the only game they ever developed.
If I had a nickel for every time a studio was formed, made a Smash Brothers clone, then died, I'd have 10 cents. Which is not a lot, but it's happened twice.
And what makes this even shocking is because it actually garnered some praise from fans and critics. Even won the Fighting Game of the Year award at the DICE Awards and even the Game Awards. But when it after the surprise pulling of the game and then relaunched with how it was filled up with a lot of grindy, almost predatory live service microtransactions.
And played worse.
Yep, people just couldn't defend all the issues they had with it. This was a mitigated disaster, especially done for Warner Brothers' big live service push. And they still didn't learn anything because there's another game we'll get to soon. That also, oh no, yeah, me and John are gonna talk a lot about that one. Just a heads up, because it's a doozy.
This is gonna be our longest category. It's our last one.
Multiverse led to a $100 million loss for the company, which is not good because Warner Brothers has been suffering loss after loss. Like, we've been talking about it, but there's a chance that Warner Brothers might not be around for much longer with the way
especially since they had a massive flop in the box office recently with that Robert De Niro mobster movie that launched that David Zaslav wasn't greenlit.
Yeah, what worried me about that is that, like, I feel like more and more as some of these companies are folding, they're going to be consumed by the bigger companies, and then we're really just going to have like 3 fucking production companies.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
Who loves Monopoly?
Okay, so who wants to talk about... This is two in one category, since let's admit they're basically the same. Madam Web and Craven the Hunter by Sony Pictures.
Madam Web is a lie. I didn't see them. I've listened to reviews for them, and I'm like, no, I'm not touching those with a 10-foot pole.
Oh boy,
Lost
Let's
Rudy
start
again.
with somebody explain to me how they're basically the same and why they're being lumped together.
Austin, you're the one who voted for them together.
So, Jad, you can add to this because I didn't see these movies either. But the thing I want to talk about is who wants to watch a Spider-Man movie without Spider-Man?
Not me.
Not me.
Apparently someone at Sony Pictures, because they are hell-bent on gripping the film rights to Spider-Man.
Because see, both Madam Web and Craven are villains from the Spider-Man universe.
No, Craven is. Madam Web, she's like a side character who oversees a part of the multiverse. And because in the comics, she's supposed to be an old woman.
Let's add Dakota Johnson, a very untalented actress, as the lead. Okay, but so the thing is for some reason, like Jad explained why they're doing this thing where it's like, let's make Spider-Man movies, but not add Spider-Man. Let's have characters from the Spider-Man universe, because they also did it with Morbius, which was also a massive failure. Neither of these films made... Okay, so Madam Web made back its budget, but it cost $8 million to make. So it's still a failure because it only made like $20 million back.
Mm.
Ooh, ouch. Ouch.
And then Craven's worse because according to this, it either cost $110 million or $130 million. It only made $62 million. So 110 minus 60. Oh, that's $48 million potentially lost. Jesus. It also seems like with Craven, they kind of changed the plot. Because see, Craven is like a big game hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's hunting. He hunts Spider-Man and other super villains and heroes in New York City.
Yeah, he could call Spider-Man the most dangerous game. He's his goal is to beat Spider-Man so he can prove that he is the world's greatest hunter. But it almost seems like they sort of made him like a like the head of like a criminal organization, and he has shape-shifting. They gave him a brother or something. I don't know.
They made it up as they went along.
Want to note that, like, to be fair to Morbius and only Morbius, he did lead a lot of his own comics, much like Venom, which I don't mind there being Venom movies with no Spider-Man. But yeah, this is fucking stupid.
I think the Venom movies managed to be their own thing, while it feels like these didn't.
Much like the comics, because their comics are very much also their own thing. Like they became their own thing.
Yeah. I think also like Madam Web and I think Craven really depend on Spider-Man in order to tell a story.
Yes, they do.
That's kind of what I was going for, is that like these characters, they don't really exist well or beyond or work well without, Spider-Man. And especially like Craven, like Girly is a villain and stuff. Like, you don't work well without the hero.
Yeah, and like we said, the whole thing is he goes up against Spider-Man because Spider-Man is, the big catch. So not having him here, it's like, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. And it just seems like the writing, the directing, everything was just a poor choice because these both like flopped at the box office. And I don't think we're going to get that Sinister Six movie. I'd be shocked if we did.
No, Amy Pascal has a fucking hard on for making that happen. And she's determined to make that her dying. I think she made a pact with the devil that she's going to do it or she won't die.
Maybe. Who knows? It just doesn't make any sense.
Which is weird that she wants to do that, because if you remember at the end of Spider-Man Homecoming, there was a tease with the Vulture and Scorpion. And you want to know when they addressed that again?
When?
Around the same time that any of these souped up people in Madam Web show up, which is never. Like that, you see all those people in suits in the Madam Web poster? Those never happen in the movie. Never. The movie's alive.
Allegedly, Dakota Johnson. Sorry.
The only person I think that could, a Sinister Six movie, if that ever happened, the only way that would function or work well is if they manage to get oh shit, why is his name just popped out of my head?
Is it Willem Dafoe?
No, Alfred Molina as Doc Ock.
Oh yeah, he's great.
Like that's the only way that would ever carry as with the rest of the other characters and stuff, because he's fucking awesome in that role. And I could see him leading a whole.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we'll get him back again after it was great to see him again in No Way Home, but I don't think we'll get him again.
No, I don't know. I miss him. I miss you, Alfred Molina.
But he's also I know, but unfortunately, it's I think the thing is he's getting older, so he can't, do the the physical work of a superhero film.
Yeah, they digitally de-aged him for No Way Home too.
Yep.
Yeah, so
he's in his 70s, so that sucks.
He looks good for being in his 70s, but this is one of those things. I say this a lot, and I'm sorry if you guys get annoyed with me saying this, but it's who was asking for this?
Amy Pascal.
You have to sort of. I feel when you're making movies that are gonna be really big budget movies, you need to at least think that there is an audience for this. I know a lot of people are not happy about the Snow White remake. It's I'm not either, but it's you know what? Little girls are gonna eat this shit up. They get to see Snow White on the big screen as a real person. That actually makes some sense, but making films about Spider-Man characters with no Spider-Man makes absolutely no goddamn sense.
And if you're going to do that, get the characters right at all.
Unless it was an origin story, that's the only way it would make sense.
Yeah.
To be fair.
But also John, what did you say?
I said if you're going to do that, at least get the characters right in the first place. Which, unfortunately, as we discussed, you kind of need Spider-Man as their foil to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they're deliberately by choice or by some contractual thing that won't let them. It's probably a mix of both. They just can't have Spider-Man in there.
Yeah. So then...
There's one more nominee left, I think.
But not
does the producers, the play, that whole thing, does that fucking work with films in the same way? Because maybe that's why they're doing it. I don't think it would.
I don't think it does, because the thing with a movie... I feel like there's more people you have to pay with a movie, and a lot of actors, if they're big name actors, they're not going to work for a certain low, you'll need a lot of money to bring them back. So I think they maybe think they could possibly do something like the producers, but I don't think with a movie it'll work. There's too many people they got to pay.
Wait, did any of you actually saw this film, this Madam Web?
No.
Oh, no.
I didn't know it was a thing, so hey, more power to me.
First time I heard about it was that.
I'm sorry, I was
sorry. What?
Looking at the plot and got kind of really fucking excited seeing Myasthenia Gravis mentioned. Wow! Thanks for putting the thing that I have in a movie, y'all, and then handling this all so badly, no one will ever learn what it is.
And then there was that infamous line from the trailer. My father, he was in the Amazon with my mother studying rare spiders until she died. Yeah, that...
Oh, fuck the fuck the Spider-Verse so hard.
Yeah. So now Sony's really banking on the co-production with the fourth Spider-Man MCU movie, plus
it's all they got.
Beyond the Spider-Verse.
It's all they got.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, Austin. We have one more superhero stinker to talk about.
You guys want to know how much it costs? Warner Brothers? Well, it turns out that Suicide Kill the Justice League cost $200 million to make.
Yeah. Oh no. So yeah, again, just like the Borderlands movie, this one had a very, very tumultuous development.
It took 14 years. 14 years to make this game.
Yeah, Chosen State all the way back to 2010, if you can believe it.
14 years!
It was teased that it's at the end of Batman Arkham Origins, which was done to kill time in between in Arkham City and Arkham Knight. But then, after the failure of the first Suicide Squad film in 2016, Warner Brothers started to get nervous and cancel the game. And then they decided to just shift it on to Rocksteady after the development wrapped up for the DLC for Arkham Knight. Right? And not to mention with how they were hunting for a new director for the Suicide Squad film sequel, they couldn't figure out the tone they wanted to go for with this game. And then, in 2020, they finally announced what Rocksteady was working on. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, who here ever thought to himself, wow, DC has so many awesome superheroes. I so wish I can kill them. Yeah. And that was the premise of Suicide Squad. The Justice League was brainwashed by a terrestrial being, Brainiac, to be his pawns to destroy the Earth. So now, Amanda Waller ordered the Suicide Squad to kill them. And it was originally announced for release in 2022, but come 2022, they delayed it to May 21st of 2023. It also came with the special announcement that Kevin Conroy, who voiced Batman since Batman the Animated Series, it would be the last project he would ever voice the Dark Knight in.
Except that would end up not being true anyway.
Well, thank God.
And it's not even his last. Kevin Conroy's role is about the last role about to come out in a few weeks.
Oh wow.
He plays a detective in the Devil May Cry anime.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go watch the recent trailer. He's the first voice you hear.
And then in February of 2023, with just months to go before the game's launch, they showed off an extensive hands-on preview of Suicide Squad. Well, they really, really dropped the ball on this one.
Yeah, this is where it began to fall.
Rocksteady revealed that the game would need a constant online connection in order to play, feature an extensive battle pass with characters, costumes, stat boosting gear, and weapons that could only be unlocked by spending real money.
Yeah, fuck
just
that
like
noise. We're not doing that.
Another live service crap. And then, in April of 2023, just 1 month before the game launched, Rocksteady delayed it again, all the way to February 2nd of 2024.
When it eventually came out.
Yeah, and it did not do well. Even players who bought the game, and they met with a glitch that marked the progress as 100% complete. It did not need to shut down the servers to fix this mess. But then those players alleged that those fixes actually caused more problems, like performance issues, numerous bugs and glitches. They were constantly booted out of online sessions or trapped in the loaded Metropolis screen. And not only was it panned by fans and critics, it also was a commercial flop. Like in the month of February, it came in at number 6 in a month's top 10 game sales in North America. And the next month, Warner Bros. Also confessed that the game failed to meet their expectations. Like Rudy said, they lost $200 million on this game.
Color me shocked.
And
go ahead.
And despite that, they were hell-bent on seeing the first roadmap through so if we add more content to the game if all these seasons, surely more people would buy it. It didn't, cause its average Steam player count was about 200 different people playing it every day.
Not 200,000, 200.
That's bad.
Yeah, so just before it finally ended back in January of this year,
When it was then thrown on PlayStation Plus for free.
And despite all those issues, Warner Brothers games were hell-bent that not only would they make more live service games, but it was going to be their core business model. Within that, they shown absolutely nothing. And the heads of Rocksteady actually left over a year before the game launched. And so, no one knows what they're up to right now, or if they'll even still be around. But it is, if they do go under, it will be a really sad end for a once prominent developer.
Hey, without looking it up, you want to know how much this game is selling for on the Epic Game Store?
$10.
Well, Rudy, what did you say?
$10.
7.
Ooh, damn.
7.
That's
$6.99. $7.
Oh my god!
I could give less of a fuck about the Suicide Squad or the live service thing. I mostly care that this stupid fucking game took 14 years and basically tarnished the reputation and basically the company as a whole of Rocksteady, one of my favorite game developers. The Batman Arkham games are some of my favorite games I've ever played, and I was really looking forward to them making more. I don't even care if it was like a Superman game or something, but nope, they're a live service studio now. Go fuck yourselves.
And oh crap, we only got at 3 votes each, so this is gonna be
I'm thinking of increasing that actually. Who wants to make it 5?
Oh yes.
Let's do it.
All right. Who wants to go first to nominate our failures of the year?
I'm gonna go first. So here's the thing. Concord, of course, is gonna be the first one because just making it like $60 to play.
It's a numbers
ridiculous.
game.
There's so many games you can play for free or get for like under $10 that are actually good, yet we're not spending this money on a game, especially in this economy. The Crow for completely missing the appeal of the original movie and casting 2 actors with no chemistry. If their romance is central to the plot, then you gotta make sure we give a damn. Harold and the Purple Clown, because I could only get through 20 minutes. 20 minutes, guys. I've watched much worse for the podcast I run with Jad, and I couldn't get through this whole movie.
Yeah.
Madam Web / Craven, because what are we even doing? I'm gonna say Borderlands for just completely shitting the bed on a video game adaptation.
Anyone want to go to next?
Can I go?
I'll go.
Christine.
You go, Christine.
Concord. What?
No,
Suicide Squad.
Okay.
Suicide Squad. There you go. Knuckles. And Harold and the Purple Crayon.
You get 5 this time. You don't get 4.
Oh, wait, there's 2. Wait, so how many?
Because of how many we have, I increased it to 5.
Oh. Okay, shit. I'm looking at the list.
Fucking busted job.
Like a Dragon and...
You went Concord, Harold the Purple Crown, Suicide Squad, Like a Dragon.
And I guess Multiverses?
All right. Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
I will. Oh, sorry. You go, Lucy.
No, you can go.
Oh, are you sure? Okay, so back when it was going to be 3 votes, I was thinking to myself, there's something really embarrassing about failure, but there's something really tragic about something you're looking forward to that ends up just being dog shit. So, for me, I'm picking Multiverses, Suicide Squad because of Justice League, Knuckles because it was writing off all the goodwill it got from Sonic the Hedgehog 2, where we thought they finally learned the lessons from the first movie. And let's see. Borderlands, because the one was on the wall for that one, I admit, because it was going to be crap. Let's see, and there's some really good ones. How many do I have left?
You did Borderlands, Multiverses, Suicide Squad, Knuckles, and you got one more.
And the Concord because of how embarrassing that was. Oh my god.
It didn't even last for a full month, like 2 weeks.
Concord didn't last 2 weeks. It wasn't even 2 weeks.
It was less.
It was less.
Oh no.
I'll go. Suicide Squad because it killed one of my favorite studios. Like a Dragon because it screwed the pooch in probably the one way that you actually could not screw the pooch. Knuckles. Concord because math. Multiverses. That leaves
me.
That leaves Luffy.
Yeah, Luffy.
All right. First, because I made the mistake of reading about the depiction of myasthenia in Madam Web. That, because now I'm mad. The Crow, because fuck the Crow. That was stupid, and I'm mad I paid money for it. Okay, that's 2. Concord, because that's kind of funny. Knuckles, because that was something they could have done something with, and they made one of my favorite actors be in something that he shouldn't have been in. He should just be making other Princess Bride movies, for me particularly.
Instead, he's a douchey bowling player.
Sad. And Like a Dragon, because much like the Crow, it sounds like it just missed the point.
Okay, I think we have a clear winner. Concord. Or clear loser in this case.
No one. Congratulations on being the biggest failure of 2024.
Congratulations, Concord. Good luck on your future endeavor. So, we're almost at the end of this podcast project. We've done our awards. We've done voting. So before we get to our favorite things of the year, we want to talk about a couple of things we're excited for next year that you may see in the next edition of the Super Awards round. So instead of doing a top 5 or a top 10, I talked with everybody here, and they said they haven't consumed as much movies, shows, and stuff as I have. So I narrowed it down to a top 3, not just to satiate everybody else's, ability to do with nominees, but also to challenge everyone. What were the 3 things you enjoyed the most, or that you're looking forward to? So first, we're going to go with the top anticipated, because we don't know if what these things are going to be like. We could come back tomorrow, next year, and go, this was part of the biggest failures. It's possible. Anything's possible. So who wants to talk about their most anticipated first?
All right. Okay. Who's all top anticipated? Second Wicked. I guess you can't really raise your hand, but
yeah, I think that this was on my list. This was, I think, on yours, and on. It
was on mine, but I decided to change it since you guys were going to talk about it. I've talked about Wicked enough.
I'm not really sure what there is to say. I'm fucking excited. The first half was fantastic. I can't imagine that the second half will be worse. I think that this is a very long intermission, and I can't wait to see the second half of the show. I'm very excited as well. I'm not sure, because there's really not any extra characters or anything that are added in the second half. So we know everyone who's playing everyone, and we know that they can nail the music. So really, it's just kind of an anticipation of plot points. And I don't really want to spoil anything necessarily.
Thank you very much.
It was on my top 3, but the Nintendo Direct was yesterday as of recording, so something else came up. Sorry, Wicked for Good. I had to push you down.
Okay, so who's going to go with the top 3?
The way I wanted to do this is everybody go around in a circle and do their 3, their 2, their 1, but some people have some crossover. So Austin.
Let's just get the crossover.
Wait, Luffy doesn't have as many, so let them go first.
Yeah, okay. I actually only have one other one. because one of the other ones I was going to list was Severance, but that's already out at the time of recording. Okay, so but this was just announced, so I'm over there. The guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. Anime was announced for this year. If you are familiar with this adorable little Pixiv comic that ended up getting serialized, sometimes known as the Green Yuri.
I wonder why they called it that.
Starring Aya Usawa, who is the effeminate Geiru character, and Mitsuki Koga, who is like the butch. And like the central piece of their relationship is American rock music.
Ooh, sounds like fun.
Koga works at her uncle's store and really loves Western music. I shouldn't say not just American, but like Western music, like Nirvana, the White Stripes, like stuff like that, like are all name dropped. And they formulate a relationship through this music because nobody else they know is into it due to, it not being Japanese. And initially, due to the way that she dresses at work, Usawa thinks that Koga is a guy, but it turns out it's actually her kind of nerdy, glasses-wearing female classmate. And so it's a very cute little Yuri. They actually just solidified their relationship in the most recent upload. Like they smooched. It's super cute, and I am so fucking excited to see like it as an anime. I think that's just killer. I think it's great. If you haven't read it, it's not especially lengthy because it's a Pixiv comic. The chapters I put in quotes are roughly, like 2 to 3 pages. It's really cute. It's really good. The art is beautiful, and I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. I'm very glad that they're making it into an anime and not a live action.
It sounds like an interesting premise.
Hey, I'm into tomboys, so and androgyny is a turn on for me. So I might check this out myself.
It's very cute, and if they don't do the English dub in house, I want to submit a fucking audition tape because I should be Koga.
If I knew any contacts, I would forward them to you. Okay, so Luffy, that does it for your most anticipated because you only had 2.
Yep.
Christine shared a top 3 with you, so either Rudy, Austin, or I can do our number 3. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Okay. So my number 3 for my top 3 most anticipated is Borderlands 4.
This would have been on mine too if the list was longer.
Yeah, like I really needed to rush the taste of that movie out of my mouth. And don't get me wrong, Borderlands 3 was fun, but it paled in comparison to 2, mainly because it got a bit too jokey at times. Like 2 was able to make a good balance between in story and humor, but this one kind of focused a bit too much on humor.
And it's really hard to follow up Handsome Jack as a villain. Oh
yeah, definitely. Handsome Jack, he's one of the greatest video game villains in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't care if Max Middleman was one of the twins. You're not Handsome Jack, I'm sorry.
So, they promised that this one won't be too jokey, like they'll find a good balance, and like Borderlands 3 was made for the PS4 and Xbox One, so I'm excited to see what they do with the new hardware this time around.
I just hope that by them saying, "Oh, this won't be as jokey," that they don't take the Like a Dragon Yakuza thing where it's too serious. You've got to find that middle ground. Ground, or it's not worth it.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, so and you bet your ass me and John are gonna do this eventually for the Let's Play channel.
Not only are we gonna do that, but Rich has demanded to be person number 3.
Oh hell yeah! Okay.
And this is also coming out a day before your birthday.
I know, it's a perfect birthday gift. So, who wants to go next?
My number 3 is Christine's number 2. This didn't even exist as a known thing when we started recording this podcast. But as of yesterday, we're getting a midquel to AI the Somnium Files. No Sleep for Kaname Date.
Dante, my beloved. And Iba, my beloved.
Yeah, Puffy Husbando.
Yep.
What a fucking pervert mess. So, No Sleep for Kaname Date is apparently a midquel between AI the Somnium Files and AI the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. And the reason it's called No Sleep for Kaname Date is because the game takes place immediately, one day after the main game, where you're solving a series of serial murders where people are ripping out people's eyes.
Oh, God.
Why? Well, I don't want to spoil the game, so I'm not going to tell you. But the synopsis says this takes place one day afterwards, so Kaname Date has gotten absolutely no rest after what happens because Iris, the pop idol girl he's friends with, gets abducted by aliens and is forced to participate in an escape room.
Just a normal day in the life of Kaname Date.
But I think Rudy's happy about it because Iris is her favorite character, right?
Okay, you know what? I'm going to be fair. Iris may be annoying, but she's nowhere as bad as Oda.
And
I'll take Iris over Oda any day.
I'm just happy we'll get to see the hamster again.
Yes, little hamster Iba.
Yeah, so that's my number 3, and that's Christine's number 2. So
my stuff. By the way, my stuff is not in any particular order. So,
do you want to? So, Christine, you want to knock out your last most anticipated since you only have one left?
Sure, go for it. Okay, I am okay. So, this show came out in 2021, I believe, because it was supposed to come out the year before, but the big sticky happened. I love this show. We got a little teaser trailer for...
What's it called for audio-only listeners?
Oh, okay. So the show is called Skate, but it's actually... Sorry. It's called SK8, but we call it Skate because I don't know why. But
Skate the Infinity, otherwise known as Tony Hawk's Yaoi Skater.
Sure. Yeah, so we've been for years since the show ended. Sorry, season ended. We were like, oh, they need to make a season 2. Oh, they need to make a season 2. And then a little teaser, not really a teaser, for season 2/OVA. And I've already seen pictures from the OVA, but I'm not gonna watch that unless it comes to Crunchyroll or something. But I really enjoyed the show. It's fun. The main character is no, he's not. It seems like Reki's the real character. No, it's really Longa, because basically the whole story centers around him. He is a transfer student from Canada who's moving back to Japan after his father died. I don't know when that is in the show, but when that happened, I guess it was before the show. And he's a former snowboarder, and he meets Reki Kian. I'm pretty sure that's not how you say it, but I'll say it anyway.
Or as my friend calls him, Ricky Skint.
Sure. Yeah, and I have a synopsis. I have a description. Here we go. So in Okinawa, a group of hardcore skaters participate in a secret no-holds-barred competition after midnight, known as S, racing each other on skateboards down a winding road carved out of an abandoned mine, and occasionally forming rivalries, also known as beefs, with each other. Reki, a high school sophomore and hardcore skater, takes new transfer student Longa to S one night and ends up pulling him to a world of skateboarding. And they are in love.
And they were skate mates.
Sure. Cue Avril Lavigne, Skater Boy.
Skater Boys.
Wait, did Rudy go yet?
No. I told Christine to finish off hers because she had crossover with hers. And I said, just finish yours off.
All right.
So Rudy's number 3.
So, all right. Okay. People are going to judge me for this, but as you guys know, I now have a new goddess. Her name is Chapel Rowan. And so since I work at a daycare, when we have like a month dedicated to something, I will go and find books for my boss to look over and be like, okay, these are appropriate for the kids. And Golden Book has for like a Black History Month, I was trying to find some appropriate books about Black history. Guys, it was kind of hard because some of them were like, one of the books, it was a Sesame Street book. The first word on the first page was racism. I'm like, this is supposed to be for 3-year-olds. I can't read this to them. But I found a solution in the form of Golden Books. Golden Books has
oh my God, Golden Books. Bringing me back.
Yeah, of biographies. So I got like a Harry Belafonte, Maya Angelou. There's tons of there were sports people. For Women's History Month, I got a Dolly Parton book. Well, it turns out that Chapel Rowan's getting one. Yes, I'm going to buy it. Yes, I'm 36 and I am purchasing a children's book. Don't judge me.
No judgment.
I love I think the cover is great. I'm also just like, anything she does, I want to fully support. So yeah, I'm getting a copy of this book.
And did you skip the My Melody and Kuromi one?
I think you might have decided to probably move that one, maybe. Okay. Is it your number 2 now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So Austin, you did. Okay. So everyone did their number 3s. Luffy and Christina already did all theirs. So it's between Rudy, Austin, and myself for our number 2s. Does anyone have preference for who wants to go next?
Nah.
All right. So I am going to gush about my number 2, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. You guys may or may not know this. Metroid Prime, the original game for the GameCube, is one of my favorite games of all time. I did not play a Metroid game before this at all. I borrowed it from a friend back then, and I fell in love. I think this was my first-person shooter game, too. I was so enamored with the world building, the music, the gameplay. It's a timeless classic. The first Metroid Prime is a masterpiece. I played 2 later in my streaming career. I have not touched 3 yet. Look forward to my marathon that I'm doing on Switch soon. But when the Switch was first announced, Nintendo dropped a bombshell that they were finally working on Metroid Prime 4, and they said it would be launching a Nintendo Switch. That was in 2017, and we heard nothing about that game until I think about 3 years later, where they said, we have to restart development on it because it's not working out. So instead of developing it in-house, let's have Retro Studios, the Texas game developers that made the original 3 games. They're starting over from scratch, and they're going to make it now. And then everyone on Earth let out a collective, let's fucking go! So, and they finally revealed the name of it, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, last year. And just yesterday, they showed off gameplay where it's pretty much everything you know and love about Metroid Prime 4. It's like a first-person explorer shooter somewhat. Yes, there's shooting, but there's largely platforming and exploration. You scan items for like lore about the world that's around you. But the new gimmick they added, Samus has psychic abilities now. She can now shoot and control with her mind where her bullets and blasts are going to go. She can open doors with her hand and also unlock puzzles with her single hand that she has now. I am so goddamn excited for this game. I have never been excited for a Nintendo game in such a long, probably since the original Breath of the Wild. I'm more excited for this. I cannot fucking wait. And to play on the hype, I'm going to be marathoning through every other Metroid game in chronological order on Twitch before this comes out. Nintendo, don't fucking put this out in June or earlier than the Christmas. I will kill you. I want to play every other Metroid game before this. They're all short, but I want to get through them all. I am, pun not intended, but I don't give a shit, beyond excited for this.
Okay.
And believe it or not, this is my number 2.
Well, number 1 must be really hype for you. Then,
yes.
Okay, so okay if I go next?
Yes.
So my number 2 for most anticipated is Superman.
This was my number 3 until Kaname Date kicked him down.
Yeah. So Superman hasn't had much luck in the on the silver screen, especially compared to Batman in recent years. It's like DC has been really gung-ho with Batman and multimedia for a while, and the last time we got a Superman movie, it sucked. Yeah, like Zack Snyder absolutely misunderstood Superman entirely, and even the changes going on at DC Films.
Zack Snyder's a hack. Eat his Snyder heads.
Yeah. So, but recently they decided to do a complete restart for the DC Cinematic Universe with James Gunn as creative director of the series now.
And even a better person.
And Gunn even began to write a script for a new Superman film, and eventually took on the role as director. And a few months back, we've got a teaser trailer, and it looked amazing. Like, it had a electric guitar cover of that classic John Williams Superman theme. You could understand Gunn knew what Superman was all about, as he was defending people. And got to see Crypto on the screen the first time. Like, a lot of adaptations don't include his dog. Yep.
Crypto, take me home.
The good kind of Crypto.
The best boy.
Yeah, like Crypto, for those who don't know, is Superman's pet dog. He also has a lot of the same powers as Superman.
And he has a little cape.
It's adorable. And my sister and brother-in-law, they're big DC Comics fans. They were cracking up at Guy Gardner.
He looks exactly like him. He just screams, "I'm an asshole."
Yeah, he looks stupid. Well, good. Apparently he's supposed to.
Yeah, he is, because that's who he is in the comics.
Yeah, so
people who are angry, but that's how he looks and how he's supposed to come off. He's supposed to come off as like, I am a ginormous ass.
So yeah, DC films definitely need a non-Batman win at the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to this too, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I have a lot of faith in James Gunn.
Oh my God,
he's a big comic book fan. And so, yeah, looking forward to that one. So, Rudy?
You're the last one to do a number 2.
Okay, so if you guys don't know, I love Sanrio. Sanrio is the company that owns Hello Kitty. Well, Sanrio doesn't just have Hello Kitty, they have a bunch of characters. Some are retired, but a lot of them they still use. 2 of my favorite characters are 2 bunnies that go by the name of Kuromi and My Melody. My Melody is your typical bright, happy, pink little cherub baby, and Kuromi, she tries to be a bad girl, but she kind of fails at it. And also, a lot of people sort of see them as like girlfriends, just because the 2 of them, they're always seen together because they have like very similar designs. And it seems like, you know, Kuromi acts like she doesn't like Melody, but it turns out that she does. So it was announced that Netflix is going to have a series, a stop motion series featuring My Melody and Kuromi, and I am beyond excited. It looks so
adorable,
cute,
though.
doesn't it? You made little babies are getting a show. And yeah, Rudy's wallet is crying because she's probably going to buy new merch of the 2. You can hear it in the background weeping. Like, I know, I'm so tired. Please save money like a responsible adult. So yeah, I'm super excited for this. I mean, literally, this was made for me. It was like they created a show for me.
Okay.
All right, so that's everyone's number 2. So let's go around the room and hear everyone's number 1. So it's since Luffy and Christine are done, it's just me, Rudy, and Austin.
Okey-dokey.
Who wants their number 1 to go first?
You go first, John.
Yeah, you go
My
first.
number 1 most anticipated thing of 2025, and the author of this work has said on record this is coming out in 2025. Deltarune chapters 3 and 4.
Let's go, baby!
So Deltarune, if you're not familiar,
chapters!
is the spiritual successor / sequel / alternate universe take on Toby Fox's Undertale, which is, if you haven't heard of Undertale, where have you been? That is one of the most iconic indie games released in the last 10 years. It took over the internet by storm. If you're even a little bit internet and video game inclined, you know what Undertale is.
You've seen a picture of Sans.
You've seen Sans. You've heard the first few notes of Megalovania.
Yeah, John.
You know what I really like about Delta? You know what I really like about the name Deltarune? It's an anagram for Undertale.
Yep, that was deliberate.
Cool.
God,
Yeah,
I can't. I'm stupid. How did I not realize that?
So John had me play.
It isn't deliberate with Toby Fox and his every little bitty baby detail always is.
He's
Nothing
brilliant.
Toby Fox does as an accident. He does everything on purpose.
Yeah, John had me play
for better or for worse. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, John had me play Undertale on the channel. It was the first time I ever played it, and I was already captivated. Like, it drew me in. And the characters were hilarious. The combat was clever, and I got the Temmie village.
Yeah.
Hoi!
Hi, I'm Timmy. No.
Pay for my colleague.
Sexy.
Hi, hoi, I'm Temmie. Hoi, I'm Temmie. Hoi, I'm Temmie. Hi, I'm Bob.
The one that killed me was the Temmie that reveals he's allergic to Temmie.
And she breaks our knives.
No, my thing is when Papyrus trying to catch us. They have that huge that's fancy trap, and one of the things in the trap is just a dog on a rope.
Well, my favorite Papyrus's traps is it's like if you stand on this one, it'll shock you. But if you stand on this one, you'll be fine. Yeah, it's a random puzzle, and then it all turns into a one where he just walks on, and he doesn't say anything. He just spins away in anger. But no, my favorite Papyrus line. Sorry, we're talking about Undertale now. My favorite Papyrus line is you ask Papyrus out on a date. And you compliment him. He's like, "Wowie, we're not even on our first date, and I've already managed to hit the friend zone."
God, I love Papyrus so much.
So Deltarune is his spiritual successor game that is being released in chapters. Chapter 1 was released as a Halloween prank, where he's like, "Hey, guys, I want you all to download this and take a survey to see what you think." It turns out it was a quote-unquote demo, which ended up being Deltarune Chapter 1.
This man is a troll.
It's still installed on my computer as survey program. And then he later released, and he released that for free. And then he released Chapter 2 for free. And although I played Undertale with Austin, I played Deltarune with my friend Danielle. And we have a gentleman to gentlewoman's agreement that the moment there's a release date for the next Deltarune chapter, the first person I talk to is her. And we will record. I don't care what the fuck is on the channel at the time. Whatever's on there when Deltarune's out, that gets shoved to the side when chapter 3 and 4 come out.
I mean,
mark my words.
Of course. I mean, nobody can blame you.
Not just because I love Deltarune and Toby Fox's work so much, but they actually have been very good for my channel. My most watched video on Super Bonus Round is one of the episodes of Deltarune.
That's not surprising because even though Undertale is, I don't want to say it's old, it's not as new as it used to be. It's still a very beloved game. So, and also, people have been super excited about Deltarune and its chapters. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Toby Fox says, "I will be charging for this one. Don't care. I'll give you money. You should not have given me Deltarune Chapter 2 for free." I was so mad that it was free. I bought the soundtrack. I said, "Toby, please, let me give you something."
Yeah, let us give you money. You deserve it.
And now he might become he might become richer than Elon Musk after Chapter 3 and 4 come out, and he should be.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 are promised to be out this year. Together, who knows? But at some point, I'm hype as shit. They're my number. They're my top most anticipated for 2025, and I cannot wait to nominate stuff from it for next year's podcast.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Rudy or Austin, who wants to do their number one?
You go ahead, Rudy.
Okay, so despite my adorable demeanor, I love horror. I also have always loved animatronics. Yes, I am a weirdo. Thank you for noticing. I think animatronics are charming, and that includes the cursed ones. I love them and their cursedness. So, of course, I love Five Nights at Freddy's. And I thought it's like, this is actually an interesting idea. You have animatronics that are the movie monsters. And when I heard they were going to make a movie, I was super excited. And I was even more excited when I heard they were going to do another one. So we are getting an adaptation of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which I'm super excited for because one of my favorite characters is in, hang on, I'm going to find, I should have gotten this picture earlier, but one of my favorite animatronics is a character called Mangle. She used to be a fox, but what happened is she had like detachable parts, and the kids just, kids like to break things. That's just how they are. And Mangle is in the second game, and we've already seen animatronic footage of Mangle. It looks amazing. It looks. I know she's a bit terrifying. But I love my terrifying daughter. I'm so excited. I know a lot of people. There are some people who were disappointed in the first movie.
Me,
but I was just like, it's Five Nights at Freddy's. So I was, I'm hype. I'm hyped for this. I cannot wait. I don't know if Doug Hutcherson's going to be in this one. I'm hoping he is, but either way, I'm super excited and I cannot wait. I'll probably see this on opening day.
I might be okay with like a rotating cast of new protagonists.
I'm fine with that too.
I cannot wait to nominate Balloon Boy for Foulest Creature. Fuck Balloon Boy. Fuck Balloon Boy.
It's a running gag in the first movie. They have this random ass like Balloon Boy figurine. That's the jump scare. It's just a Balloon Boy figure. And here's the thing. Like I said, I don't mind a cursed animatronic, but Balloon Boy, no. I'm not interested. I don't want a balloon. Go away, please. Bye-bye.
Puppet nothing. Balloon Boy's worse.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No! No, go away.
Oh, I don't like him.
I hate him.
Oh, I don't like him.
Let's do your batteries.
Be gone. And the worst thing is he has this creepy hello when he appears in your room. He's fucking terrifying.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's like a little kid. And I think it's one of Scott Cawthon's kids that did the voice, too.
Oh,
His kid is creepy. I'm sorry.
Please somebody put something else in the chat so I don't have to look at him. Anything.
All right.
Oh, shit. I'm getting there. All that's left.
There.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you.
Palette cleanser.
There you go.
Okay, so my number one most anticipated for 2025 is Kitty.
The Switch.
Okay. Sorry, I did. Yeah, Luffy's a dope, but a cat distracted me. So, yeah, my most anticipated for this year is the Switch 2. So,
Let's go.
There's been so many rumors and leaks happening and yet Nintendo was tight-lipped about it until I believe back in February.
January.
February, where they finally released a video saying, okay, here's a damn thing. And it was a very, very brief teaser. Like, already, the Switch, its screen is going to be bigger. The Joy-Cons are going to be different. Apparently, they're going to have a mouse-like feature on it.
And they magnetize to the Switch now instead of being a slider. They magnetize now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Good because I used to have so much trouble getting them. I still do so much trouble getting them into the thing on the dock. I was like, no. Glad they fixed
mine
that.
slides a bit at sometimes. And so far, sorry.
Also, from what I understand, it's gonna be compatible. Like if you bought games on the Nintendo shop, you can still play them on the Switch too.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah,
digital or physical.
Another thing is apparently they've changed the Joy-Con joystick things where it's actually something that they made that's like not gonna do, stick drift because it's made with a different thing.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Okay. What do they call it? Hall sensor or something?
I'm really hoping they'll fix the drift.
We'll see about that.
I mean,
sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
So far, they only teased one game so far, a new Mario Kart, but we got an announcement literally less than 1 week away, so...
Yep.
As of this recording, the Nintendo Switch 2 dedicated direct is in a couple of days, so...
So yeah, I'm really excited about that.
Me too.
Excited about this console.
The only the other thing I do like too is other than we're finally getting a brand new Mario Kart after 11 years of the same one, is the Nintendo Switch Online program that houses their retro library is going to carry over to the Switch too. So thank God we do not have to sit through another ecosystem cycle of them doing their classic games like they did on the 3DS. Wii, Switch, and it's just going to move over and expand, which is fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
It's also alleged to have a better processing power than the original Switch, so a lot more higher end games that usually skip the Switch might come to the Switch too.
Please, Kingdom Hearts.
It's alleged to be as powerful as the PS4. Yeah, real Kingdom Hearts ports this time.
Please.
Okay, well, I think that does it for everyone's top most anticipated for 2025. But what were our favorite things from this year after all we've talked about? So normally we would do like a top 10 or a top 5. But again, like I said before, everybody's got different things going on and backlogs. They can't get to everything. So I narrowed it down to 3, not only to accommodate everybody, but to challenge them as well. So we're going to do this the same way. We're going to start with our number 3s. And this is across all mediums. We have a top, each one of us, or most of us, has a top 3 video games, top 3 movies, top 3 shows, books, or you name it. And we're going to just go across the room and do our 3s or 2s and then our number 1. And then that will be the end. So who wants to do so how this is going to work? We're all going to take turns. Everyone's going to do their number 3s across all categories. Then the next person goes and does all their 3s. And so on and so forth. So who wants to go first?
Which ones are we starting with? Games, movies, or whatever?
Just all 3s.
When it's your turn, you do all of your 3s.
Which I guess this is hard for me because I did not put these or think about these in any particular order. It actually
neither did I.
Hard enough for me to
then you could just
narrow
pick one.
down the things that I liked because I was trying very hard to stick with things that were actually published or created in this year.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you can pick whichever one you want then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too.
Cool beans.
Okay, so who wants to go first?
I'm gonna do second to last because I've got stuff.
Well, we're each doing basically one from each category and then cycling to the next person, right?
Okay, so so I'll volunteer to go first. All right, so I'm going to start from the very bottom. So my number 3 video game of 2024 is Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth. Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth was my favorite RPG that I played last year until another one arrived. It improves on Yakuza Like a Dragon's gameplay in many ways. Like actually being able to move around in a turn-based combat was really nice. I don't think the story was as strong as the first one. I think that one had a much better villain, but the cast was expanded upon. Their backstories were further explored. I learned that no matter how bad you fumble your confession to your loved one, you will never do it as bad as Ichiban Kasuga has. No. Think of your worst proposal to your loved one. You will never be as bad as him. Never. Right, Austin?
Why did he Why did he watch? You could have walked away, man.
Well, he said literally he fumbled it and then he went tumbling on a cliff. Let's just say, like it started out bad and it got worse.
Yep.
So music wasn't as strong. I think the story was a little weaker than the first one, but I definitely enjoyed it. And this would truly felt like a passing of the torch story from Kiryu to Ichiban, because Kiryu represents the Yakuza's past, while Ichiban is its future, because the Yakuza have basically dissolved, and Ichiban worked for a job vocational place to help try and get them new jobs, but he got canceled by a VTuber, and he had to find a new way to do it. No, I'm not exaggerating. That's exactly what happened.
Yep.
But marked improvement over the first game, gameplay wise. Story, hit or miss. That's why it was my number 3. But I enjoyed it overall, and my playthrough of it with Austin was one of my fondest memories of last year too.
Ah.
So my number 3 movie is Transformers 1. I watched this very late. I watched it right before we started recording this podcast. Because I was like looking for things while Austin was away. It's like, okay, we're doing a big podcast all about 2024. What are some things I missed that I can catch up on while he's away? And one of my good friends is a big Transformers fan. And they talked up like crazy how good Transformers 1 was. And I said, I was kind of tired of the Transformers franchise as a whole. But you know what? I'll give it a shot just because you're so passionate and hype about it. So I watched it and I found it very enjoyable. I wasn't expecting to, it was one of the rare cases where it's a prequel, how it's all going to end up. Megatron and Optimus Prime are going to be enemies, but you still felt bad when the relationship, starting out as best of friends, just crumbles right before your eyes. You see it happen in real time, and it's so sad. Not to mention, the animation is stunning. This is the best the Transformers have ever looked on film that was not in 2D animation. Or I honestly think this is the best looking Transformers film, period. It had a great story, a lot of allegories to current day events that aged like fine wine. I am so sad it's probably not going to get a sequel because it did not perform well at the box office. It wasn't a failure, but it was enough of a disappointment for Paramount to go, nah. So I urge anybody who hasn't seen it to at least give it a shot. I think it's on Prime.
Change one of mine.
I think it's on funny. It's on Prime. But it's on Paramount Plus too.
I know.
My number 3 television show. That's my number 3 television show was X-Men 97. I was not a 90s kid who watched X-Men, the animated series, as a kid. I knew of it. I knew of the theme song. I knew of the X-Men. I just never watched it because I stuck around for Batman the Animated Series and dipped when it was over. Big mistake, because the show was apparently phenomenal. And the follow-up season that Disney Plus made, I was very worried would just be a nostalgia cash grab like many sequels to 90s things usually are. No, this felt like an organic, natural, and much-needed sequel to a long beloved 90s franchise. And I'm glad that despite everything surrounding its production, we'll get to live on. And I'm very happy that it pulled it off despite everything. Because this is something that easily could have been done in by the controversy surrounding it. But I'm glad it survived.
I'll go next. I'll start with number 3 in my top 3 games. Number 3, Super Mario Party Jamboree. Now, yeah, I know it's a party game, but I haven't played that many current games this year, and I had a lot of fun with this one, especially when we played it for the channel.
Fuck you.
As you can see, whenever we do this game, things get heated between us.
Fuck you.
Yeah, really, I think everybody, if you told me that you were shocked by our behavior when we were playing this game. Oh, was that someone else who told me that?
Somebody else might have. I don't know. The only thing I heard from Rudy is that she wants to get on this, and I'm like, I'll tell you in advance. Whatever I say, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be fun. But fair warning, Mario Party brings out the worst in all of us. And even when we weren't doing it for the channel, I occasionally played it online, and that Kubathlon was surprisingly fun.
Oh yeah, I did that to unlock some the boards that we didn't have yet. That we really.
And yes, and so I'm hoping this gets expansions and doesn't get forgotten about, like they did with Super Mario Party and Mario Party All Stars.
Yeah, I think it could use a couple more characters and maybe one boards. And the one thing I didn't like about Superstars is it was kind of devoid of new boards. But yeah, like I didn't think that a new Mario Party could be good again, but it was.
Oh my god. And Austin, as ever, you're a fantastic Toad.
But also fuck you.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
His mic cut out again.
That's the best part. What are you talking about?
Now, number 3 in my top 3 movies, Deadpool and Wolverine. Okay, now, I'll confess the time, I didn't watch many of the Fox X Marvel or X-Men movies.
And now you might have to.
Yeah, definitely. Like, this was not only the introduction of more mutants into the MCU, but it was the first R-rated film in the MCU. And I am so glad they kept this rated R, because there was no other way they could have done this movie. And I remember when this was playing on a Disney cruise, I said to my dad, "Hey, you never saw Deadpool and Wolverine? Let's watch it." And it was not what he expected right from the beginning.
Ooh.
Yeah, like, this was a great film, and it was a great love letter to that era of Marvel movies, and a sweet goodbye as well to those films.
The Fox X-Men universe.
Mm-hmm, definitely. And I'm really hoping that we'll start to see more mutants in the MCU now. And let's see, top 3 shows. My number 3 for the shows is Batman Cape Crusader. Like, this originally was supposed to be a continuation of Batman the Animated Series on Max, but when he brought Bruce Timm back, he wasn't really interested in exploring that universe again, because they basically told every type of story they could have possibly told. To which he came up with the idea, what if it took place in the 1950s? Like Tim said he really wanted to bring Batman back to being a detective, relying on his brain, and trying to his gadgets and technology.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that about that show.
Yeah, it's definitely it's fitting given Batman's noir roots. Like, it was a breath of fresh air, like even the reinvention they did for the characters, where it felt like they were plucked right out of the golden age. And I'm so glad that after Zaslav tried to dump it, Prime picked it up and greenlit it for a second season.
Good.
Yes, good. I'm definitely looking forward to the second season.
Safe from the Zaslav scythe.
So who's next?
I can go. All right. So top 3 shows. First, I'm going to talk about No Good Deeds. There we go. Now, when I first saw the preview for this, I was struck because I did not think for one second that Lisa Kudrow and Ray Romano would be able to successfully handle this kind of like plot line. Because it's a black comedy, and I really didn't expect them to do like horror, like the horror thriller aspect of it very well. Because I've never seen them in roles like that, but they fucking nailed it. So the premise of No Good Deed is that Lisa Kudrow and Ray Romano they live in this beautiful, lovely house. They are looking to sell. And all of the people we see standing behind them are primarily couples looking to try to purchase their home. And as the story unfolds, we learn, for example, that their son died in their house like a couple years ago. And part of the reason they waited as long as they did to sell is because they don't actually have to disclose that as you know, during the sale. And as the story unfolds and unravels, we learn perhaps who they thought killed their son, and the things that happened weren't exactly what they thought happened. And it's just a wonderful blend of dark comedy, a really interesting thriller plot, and just like really, really fucking killer acting from both Kudrow and Romano on grief and like their loss and how it's affected like their lives, their marriage, their relationship with their surviving daughter. And it is super duper awesome. The cast is awesome. It's a mini series on Netflix. It's only like 8 episodes. It's honestly, it's worth it. It's good. I liked it a lot. Then for movie, I see like a bunch of us did Wicked, and I'm not sure we can fucking say anything else about Wicked. I'm gonna talk about Abigail.
Oh, Abigail is good.
I fucking loved this movie. I didn't know anything about it before I saw it because my friend Rose had come in. It was the first time we'd gotten to see each other in months. Oh. And we were like, let's go see a movie. And we just kind of like looked at like the listings and we saw this one and we're like, you know what? This kind of sounds fun. I did not even realize it was by the same people who made Ready or Not at first until I sat down and started watching it. And then I was like, oh, this is by the people who made Ready or Not. It's got the same vibes. And that is not like an insult to them. That is a major compliment to them. The reason I absolutely love both films is that they managed to balance black comedy with like slasher horror, and neither feels too like it overwhelms the other. And
there's a good balance.
Yeah, there's a very good balance. The dialogue always has me in stitches. And in Abigail, the plot is that, you know, they kidnap this young ballerina who it turns out is actually an age-old vampire, and it's, as I said, I believe previously, it is a case of rather than I'm locked in here with you, of you're all locked in here with me. And I really, really enjoy because it's like a writer-director combo that have like it's actually 2 directors and 2 writers, and they worked on both Ready or Not and Abigail. And in both, I feel like their final girl is exquisite, and I love their final girl in both of them. And they have like a main narrative theme and like a feeling to it. And Abigail's was about like motherhood and parenting, and in many ways redemption. And I really, really fucking loved it. Like, I loved the set design, I loved the comedy, I loved the cast, I loved the fucking soundtrack, I loved the vampire designs. Abigail's got like fucking piranha teeth. I'm obsessed with that.
She's actually genuinely terrifying too.
Yeah, she does
a
great job. She's fantastic.
Her physicality, the way she moves, and like she did just perfect. This was Angus Cloud's last movie, and I think this was a perfect send off for him.
Yeah. I also like I will say, and I will say this a million times, you will never not hear me say this, but a child actor will make or break a horror movie, and this little girl made this movie.
Yeah. We're gonna see a lot of her, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did everyone do their top three, or?
No, I have one more.
Yes, I got manga.
I did. Yep.
I didn't do anything.
So, I know we're each doing our three.
I just wanted to keep track.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about the guild member next door.
Ooh, what's this?
The guild member next door. It is Boys Love You Caught Me, You Caught Me. It is was originally a novel series that was adapted into a manhwa. Initially, I read it under the guild member next door, which is what the Scanlation team was calling it. The official publication is calling it Virtual Strangers. It is very cute. It's kind of a slow burn. The plot line is that these two are they play an MMORPG game called it's called like it has a silly name. It's like Invisa or something like that. And their little characters are the ones in the bottom left. And they're in the same guild online. And online, the little purple-haired guy is like super eccentric. He's kind of a troll, but he's really fucking good. Like he is very good at what he does. He's like one of the top like 8 players in the game. And the other guy, the brown-haired guy, is kind of like just entered their guild, and they get off on the wrong foot until he decides he's just gonna fucking ignore this other guy because he's like just annoying the shit out of him, and he ends up proposing like in-game marriage.
Oh boy.
Essentially.
Oh my gosh.
So that he will talk to him, and like they end up kind of becoming friendly online. What they haven't realized at this point is that the guy with the brown hair named Lee Yeo-woon just got a new job, and he just moved into a new apartment next to the dark-haired guy Yoon Ji-gu. And Yoon Ji-gu is just recovering from having been stalked, and is very, very shy. And he thinks of everything as like he's very scary. He's very shy. He's very like this other guy is not being friendly to me. He's a terrifying, probably stalker man. What they don't realize is that they are, in fact, these two characters online. They do know each other. And, like, so this could, if found out incorrectly, lead Jigu to believe that he is once again being stalked. But their online versus offline interactions are so fucking funny. They're completely opposite, where like Yeo-woon is trying so hard to be like a friendly neighbor. He's not even flirting with him. He's just trying to be nice. And he's like, obviously this man is going to like stalk me and poison me. And like everywhere I show up in this neighborhood, you are following me around. You went to the same gym. Yeah. He's like, it's the gym in our neighborhood, dude. And he's like, liar, liar. You know, but online, he's fucking following him around everywhere and calling him like, you know, hyung, like they do, which if you're unfamiliar with Korean is basically a referential way to refer to an older male, and is often used in a romantic way. And like he's obsessed with him online. They like. Whereas offline, he can't stand him. And the art's fantastic.
It looks nice.
It's really nice. And a lot of it takes place within the MMORPG, and the artist really manages to capture like action scenes and fights with these cute little chibi characters, and they look amazing. And you're like really kind of invested in that. And so, yeah, we've gotten nowhere near like the deep BL in it yet, but like I'm still obsessed with it because like I'm actually truly invested in both of these characters, both like their weird miscommunication offline and all of the drama that is happening in the actual game. Because
who doesn't love a relationship that starts off as like, I don't like this person, but now I can't imagine my life without them.
I love that like they're both kind of going through that simultaneously though with the same person and they don't even realize it. It's some miraculous ladybug shit.
But done well.
Yeah, but done much better.
Yeah, they're definitely pretty. And the more important question, does it have sex?
So far, no. Actually, it does not have much.
Oh, dang.
As far as I know, the novel does later, so I'm assuming eventually it will up the rating. But like I said, currently at this point, it really doesn't need it. The plot's good.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
All right.
Okay.
Christine, you
want to go next?
Huh? What?
Top 3 time for you. We're number 3 for you.
For oh god.
All your 3s.
One from each category.
What's my list? All right. My top 3 games, and this is probably in order. Top 3 games are 3 Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
You're just doing 3 for now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You do one from each category.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so then
yeah, this is fine. Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Tell me.
And then top 3 movies is Wild Robot, and then
you're not going to talk about them?
Top 3 continuing anime.
Not going to talk
Dr. Stone.
Okay. Cool.
You going to tell us about little
you
Scribble
want to go
Zelda?
into details about them, Christine?
Oh yeah, sorry.
You're fine. You're good.
Let's see. So Zelda Echoes of Wisdom is really, really, really fun for what I've played. You basically, I actually don't know how to describe it. John, could you help me with that one?
So
you're also,
in the very beginning of the game,
with me?
in the very coming soon, the Super Bonus Round, by the way. But if you're listening to this live, it's already out. So the game starts out with you playing as Link. You save Princess Zelda from Ganon, standard Zelda fare. But then a portal opens up below everybody and it starts absorbing everybody, and Zelda gets away. So it's finally time to play as Zelda in a Legend of Zelda game. And the gimmick behind it is you get this tri-rod, which basically allows you to copy enemies and objects in the game and use them as weapons and tools to get across. Like, for example, you can copy a bed and sleep in it to recover your health. You can take copies of enemies and then use them to fight for you because Zelda doesn't have a traditional weapon. And then she eventually, after saving Link from the dark portal, she can also gain the ability to turn into him and use his abilities for like a couple seconds.
Cool.
And thus one of my favorite bits in the entire so far has been born.
You could probably tell by looking at the art style, but this game is fucking adorable. Oh my god! Look at the character designs.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
They look like little toys on a playset.
They're cute.
And Christine has split her own sides laughing because there's a bit where you can like hop in a pot and like peek your head out. And yeah, you do all kinds of crazy stuff in this. Like you can make like a ladder of beds to get across a gap and stuff like that. Like this game really challenges your brain to like solve puzzles that you normally would as Link. But since you don't have like his claw shot or all his other gear, you have to get really, really creative to bypass puzzles and stuff like that.
Look forward to Pot-Kaboo.
As of this recording, the episodes have not gone out, but by this episode's posting, the episodes should be up already.
Oh boy. Okay, so let's see. Where are we at? Oh, I gotta go back to the thing. Okay, so
your number 3 movie was The Wild Robot.
I don't know how to. So If anybody else has this on their thing,
well, we talked about Wild Robot a lot, so it's basically like.
Oh yeah, okay, so then never mind.
So yeah, the Wild Robot was the story about the robot that was meant to be like a house companion. While a particular one falls out of a plane and lands in wildlife, raises a gosling. Yeah, we've been over it, so you don't have to talk about it too much. So yeah, your number 3 was Wild Robot. Sorry if that sounds like I'm swatting it away, but it's the same thing with Wicked. We've talked so much about it already.
Yeah.
That's why I skipped it. That's why I said, it's not my
good. List. You should see it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
And your number 3 anime was Dr. Stone, which I know you talked about in your honorable mentions.
Yep.
Well, it's fine because now I'm prepared with a description.
Well, you already did describe it, so we can skip that for now. We'll save the lengthy explanations for stuff we haven't talked about yet. That's why all my stuff was brief.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did, didn't we? Okay.
That leaves Rudy for her top 3s.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna start off with games. Did I send you a picture for this, John?
You might have. Which one was it?
Actually, you know what? Let me do. I'm pretty sure I sent you covers of the books, didn't I?
We don't need pictures for this, because we're on a timetable. Let's just go without the picture. I'll send them to me and I'll put them in the episode.
All right. So first off is Amanda the Adventurer 2. So like I said, love horror, and one of the games I really ended up loving was Amanda the Adventurer. The first game introduces you to. You're the main character. Your aunt sent you a letter, and you go to her house and you discover these old VHS tapes of an entertainment show called Amanda the Adventurer. It's very Dora the Explorer-esque. But as you watch the videos, something's off. It sounds like Amanda is talking to you. And in the second game, I haven't finished it yet, but basically it feels like you're learning more about what happened to her, because it's obvious that the girl who voiced Amanda, she's not around anymore. We don't know if she's dead or if she's just missing or what. It's a lot of people
into the game.
Yeah, we have no idea.
I'm guessing it's another analog horror.
Is this analog horror?
Yes.
Oh my god, I freaking love analog horror.
Then you would probably like both of these games. A lot of people are kind of oh, this is trying to be like Five Nights at Freddy's or Poppy's Playtime. No, it does a good job of being its own thing. It might be in a similar genre, but I honestly think it's a really great game. I cannot wait for more. Next up is going to be one of my top 3 books. Like I said, when I go to the daycare, I have to I can't be on my phone during the 2-hour nap time. So I bring books to read so I don't lose my mind, because I cannot sit there in the dark for 2 hours. So first up is this came out in 2018, but I didn't get it until much later. Children of Blood and Bone by Tomi Ademe.
Okay. I've heard good things.
So first of all, she said she took inspiration from Harry Potter. It is very Harry Potter-esque, except it doesn't suck.
So it's better.
It was the number 1 on the New York Times bestseller list for young adults. It's it deals with oppression, racism, and slavery. And it's a coming of age story, but it is all inspired by Africa, because the novelist is Nigerian American. So it takes place in the country, a fictional country of Orisha. There are 2 distinctive types of people. There are diviners who can use magic, and you can tell who they are because of their white hair. As you can tell, the character on the cover has white hair. And then the non-magical Costa. So the evil, crappy king found a way to turn off people's magics, and he slayed many of the defenseless diviners, including the mother of our main character, Zali. And in those years, diviners face depressions. They call them maggots as a way to, be racist and mean and nasty. She later runs in to the princess, the daughter of the king, she has stolen a magical scroll that can restore the magical powers of the diviners. And what happened is her best friend, Amari's best friend, her name was Binta. She touched the scroll, her powers ignited, and her father killed Binta. So, we have a lot of internal conflicts and everything, but man, the writing in this is it was so good. I was invested. Like, I would be reading the book and trying to do stuff because I didn't want to put it down. Tomi Ademi is a fantastic writer. She makes you feel for the characters. And what I really like is she makes the characters feel realistic. They're supposed to be like teenagers, and they are not either so precocious and sweet and perfect, and they're not or raging assholes. There's a balance, And it is going to be turned into a movie.
Oh, cool.
I'm looking forward to. All right. So next is what else did I have?
So I was going to say about the Children of Blood and Blood. It's like it discusses racism and discrimination. So it's not like Harry Potter, which perpetuates them.
The author said she took inspiration from it. I think she took the coming of age theme from it.
Yeah, that's about the only thing you should take from it.
I can understand maybe houses or whatever, but not even in a school system.
Yeah, and Owl House still did that better. The house system.
Next we have, this is not going to be a surprise to anyone, Soroku and the Kingdom of Winds. Rudy loves indie animation because she feels like indie animation is allowed to do more, and they don't have to, bend to the will of some CEO saying, make this character kiss this other character. It's like, well, what if I don't want a romance? Well, too bad. So, and the thing about Soroku is I remember seeing some art for it, and I was like, wow, what is this? And then I was like, I hadn't heard of it in a while. And then one day I was on YouTube and I got a recommendation for the trailer. I got so excited and I had to beg my fiance. I'm like, babe, can we please go see this movie? It's only showing in one theater. I will be so good if you go take me to this movie. And I was so happy. It is everything that makes Rudy's little autistic brain go brrr. It's colorful. Yay. It's got cool character designs. It's got two adorable little girl characters who are sisters, and they feel like realistic kids, which I always appreciate. We got a really awesome boss babe, and then we have a brooding magician, and it's just everything. I love it. Someone just I describe it as Hayao Miyazaki and Dr. Seuss had a baby, and then the baby was raised by Jim Henson.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
I love it so much. Try to see the movie so we can get a DVD release.
Wait, didn't get a home release yet?
No.
And you can only get it digitally, which really drives me nuts. Yeah, it's dumb, but okay. So who wants to do their next?
Was that everybody's top three?
Yes.
I'm just double checking that they have to be stuff from this past year from 2024, right?
Yeah, Sirocco didn't come out. It was had a private screening in 2023, but it came out to public release in 2024. So there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had a very hard time curating this for me because I read, let's see, according to my little chart, almost 2,000 manga this year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn!
Wow.
Titles.
That's impressive.
But a lot of them did not come out this year. Similarly with the shows that I watched and stuff like that. So yeah, I was backtracking.
So do we want to keep the same order where we just rotate around because I started?
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah, I think that makes sense.
So my number 2 video game is only number 2 because I haven't finished it yet. My number 2 game from 2024, Metaphor Refantasio.
Yeah.
I would rate this so much higher if I was done with it. I am not. I took a break from it.
I want to play this so badly.
So I've talked to death about Metaphor Refantasio, about the amazing things about it. But what I like most about this is I feel like this is the natural evolution from the Persona series. It does a lot of things that the Persona series did, but better. Not some worse in some ways. I don't like that a lot of the social links, or wherever they're called in this, I forgot. It's been about a month since I played it. Are not voiced. I don't like that. I hate that. When Persona 3 Reload, a game that came out months prior, has their social links completely voiced.
Weren't they called like Soul Links or something?
No, they're called Bonds or something in this one.
Okay. I don't know where I'm getting Soul Link from,
said,
but whatever.
The archetype system is fantastic in that, you know how like only the protagonist can wield multiple personas and stuff like that in Persona? Well, in Metaphor Refantasio, every character can learn every archetype. You can be any archetype, which is basically their form of persona. It's basically a job system. Every character can use whatever job as long as you unlock it and master it. And you can and you can carry over skills you learn from other archetypes into other ones. And beyond that, the music is fantastic. The story is incredible so far. Luis Guillaburn is one of the best video game villains this decade and in a long time. The characters are great. The art design is masterful. I cannot wait to finish this so I can sing more praises of it on next year's honorable mentions. This is such a great game, and I would love to play this again on SBR for anybody that would be willing. But we got to finish Persona Reloaded first.
Me, I want to play it.
We have to finish Persona Reloaded first. No 2 JRPGs at once. So my number 2 movie is one I'm not going to talk too much about. Wicked. Wicked was my number 2 movie.
Gay.
Yes, they gay. My God, these bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. I was not sure I was going to like this movie. Christine asked me if I wanted to see it over Thanksgiving. I'm like, I don't know, maybe. But then I saw that Moana 2 was shit in the bed at the box office. I said, you know what? There isn't anything else. Let's give it a shot. I've heard good things, and my sister's a thespian, and I have something to talk with her about. Let me give it a try. Best decision I made all holiday season. Good Lord. I was blown away. I believe the hype. It's that good. I had to watch it again when it was on rental on New Year's. Watched it with my grandma. My grandma cried. She loved it too.
I watched this 4 times.
It was one of the times my mom decided to go to the movie theaters.
And did she enjoy it with you?
Yep.
Yep.
Although she really hates sitting in those chairs.
But yeah, Wicked was a surprise. I was not expecting to like it as much as I did. It's not my number 1 because my number 1 has a very special place in my heart. We'll get to that. And my number 2 show is Fallout. Another example of something I did not think I would enjoy. I have not played a single second of the Fallout games. One of my best friends and fellow contributor to this channel is a massive Fallout fan. And, you know, video game adaptations are good adaptations of games are a dime a dozen. When my ultra mega fan friend of Fallout said that this show was phenomenal, I was like, okay, it's got your seal of approval. I gotta know. I finally watched it and I'm like, I'm assuming this is faithful because this is very good. Without adapting
my fiance loves the Fallout series, and I'm just gonna say this. I don't want it to sound like it's a bad thing. My fiance is very critical with like media he consumes, which is a good thing. And sometimes he really did enjoy this series, you know, and he was like, yeah, this is good. This reminds me of this and everything. So like something will go up in quality if my fiance likes it. Because he can be very, very picky. So I kind of feel like that's one of the reasons I think this show did so well.
I can relate.
Yeah, he can be very, very picky.
Picky significant other? Nah, never heard of it.
Leave me alone, babe. Leave me alone.
But yeah, Fallout was great. I'm glad that it's got a new season. And it shows to me, not only are they perfectly capable of doing a good adaptation, but I'm questioning what the fuck happened with Yakuza after seeing how good this one was. But yeah, I'm looking forward to season 2. And I'm also going to end up playing a Fallout game on SBR at some point because of this. It is really stupid of Microsoft and Bethesda to not put out a new game to ride the hype of this. They are very stupid. If you thought Warner Brothers was stupid, Microsoft said, hold my Game Pass subscription.
Oh, boy.
That's my top. That's my top 2. So, Austin, you were after me. So, your top 2s are next.
Okay, number 2 in my top 3 games is one I've been hooked on recently, Marvel Rivals.
This is not a surprise to anybody.
Yeah, like Marvel Rivals is a true Overwatch kill. Like, it's a 6 versus 6. It's a multiplayer game where you play as imagine Overwatch but with Marvel characters.
But good.
Yes, definitely good.
Marvel Rivals is an Overwatch killer, honey. Overwatch killed itself.
Yeah, unlike Overwatch 2, you don't have to grind in order to unlock characters. They're automatically unlocked as soon as they're added in the game. And plus, there's a lot of fun characters you can play as. Like, my go-to character is the Incredible Hulk. Like, he's a Vanguard or tank.
He's basically Diva.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're adding more and more stuff all the time. They also got different events going on, and yeah, I can imagine this would be very humiliating for Blizzard if they were still a thing.
They still are, but they're still seething and coping and pissing and shitting.
I see.
Number 2, my top 3 movies, Wicked Part 1. Now, we talk a lot about Wicked, so I'm not going to talk about this.
Are you sure?
They gay.
Okay, fine.
No, Austin, that was sarcasm.
That was sarcasm.
Okay.
We love you, Austin. Don't worry about that.
Just say and move on.
Okay, and I know some people in this chat gonna hate me for this, but
one in particular.
Number 2, my top 3 shows is Hostin Hotel. And I'm so sorry about this, Rudy. But me and my sister, we became obsessed with this show. Like,
you're very lucky. I love you, Jed.
Oh, I love you too.
Yeah.
The premise is Charlie Morningstar. She's the princess of hell, and every year heaven sends down. Every year,
just realize what you did, babe.
The premise is like 50.
Can you imagine if that ugly bastard was in place of Lucifer in this show?
That would have made it better.
It's like you could use some help for the big boss of hell himself.
Take that, depression.
Okay, now.
And just imagine he's in Vivzy Pop style. He still has the Terrence and Phillip head.
She tries to twinkify him, but she can't twinkify the head.
Only I can twinkify Shimano. Because I already have. Sorry to rain on your parade, Austin.
I'm sorry. I've been all time focusing. Everyone else wants to do the 2.
Is that all you had to say about Hazbin Hotel? I kind of ran on your parade there.
Okay.
No, that's plenty. That's enough. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so every year, angels send exterminators down to kill as many sinners as possible because hell's become too overcrowded. But Charlie Morningstar, she hoped that instead of exterminating nations, they could instead try to rehabilitate sinners so they can gain passage into heaven. And of course, since it's hell, everyone thinks it's a stupid idea. While one sinner by the name of Alistair, aka the Radio Demon,
aka every tumbly sexy man in existence,
he's trying to invest in the hotel, not because he believes in Charlie Morningstar's mission, but rather because he wants to see it crash and burn for his own personal entertainment. And out of desperation, Charlie allows it. And let's see, there's some, okay, fuck, sorry, I'm just really exhausted. It's, right now, sleep deprivation. There's some genuinely catchy songs, my mom, you should have seen the look on her face when I said, oh, it's an adult animated comedy musical set in hell. And yeah, but no, a lot of these songs are genuinely catchy, and they got some amazing acts to perform them as well. And it got renewed all the way up to season 4, so
Oh God!
Oh Lord!
I mean, when it debuted, it held the record for best debut for an animated series on Prime. I'm like, it even beat out Invincible, if you can believe it.
No, Invincible's a better show.
Because Invincible is a much better and more coherent show.
So yeah, I know. Okay, the longer I'm going to talk about this, the more pissed off everyone's going to get. So who else wants to take over?
I think I was next.
I think you were, Luffy. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm last and Christine was before me.
Okie dokie dokie. First, we're going to talk about 100 ghost stories that will lead to my own death.
Catchy title.
Yeah. Okay. So I found this manga a little while ago. 100 Ghost Stories That Will Lead to My Own Death is about this little boy on the cover, Yuma. It's actually like it kind of took me off guard because initially I went into it because I was reading horror anthologies, and it's under the anthology tag. And it is an anthology. And for those who are unaware, an anthology is a bunch of like different, not necessarily like connected stories. Think, Twilight Zone, Black Mirror, Who's Afraid of the Dark, things like that. But surprisingly, the story that bookends each chapter, each story, is Yuma's story. And Yuma is telling these stories to this, like, it almost seems like he's telling them to the reader. And we're not exactly sure for like most of the manga exactly what the purpose of the stories are and who he's trying to tell them to. And it seems like it's some sort of like possessed or cursed object. But although in the last couple chapters, it's become clear exactly what that object is. And Yuma's story is very sad. He lives with his dad and his stepmom, and his stepmom hates him. And his whole situation just kind of fucking sucks. But more than that, the stories that are in it, like each like mini ghost story, they're really fucking fun. They're like, if you like little horror stories with interesting gags and twists and like things like that, I can't recommend it more. A lot of the stories are stuck in my head were stuck in my head for weeks. Like there's one that like it becomes this girl runs into an old classmate on the street who said, like, her classmate Eerie or something, who at first doesn't recognize her, and says her name is Reiko, and then goes back and says, actually, she is Eerie, and she's being possessed by a ghost, and the ghost's name is Reiko, and she keeps taking over the body, and asks her friend to like give her wine that is like purifying. And it goes back and like the ghost, supposedly the ghost, Eerie and Reiko go back and forth. Reiko's like, no, it's bullshit. Eerie is the fake one. She's been stealing my life since I was, like a kid. I've been possessed for years. She's the ghost. And her friend like ends up giving her like the whole thing, and Eerie takes over. And the last thing that we see as the audience is the friend pick up one of the letters at the house that they're at, and it is addressed to Reiko. So it seems that she only ever knew the ghost possessing the body, and she just killed the real person. And all of them are kind of mind fucks like that. It's a very fun little series. And it's has 99 chapters published. I cannot wait to see what happens with the 100th.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really fucking good.
Are we also skipping your number 2 because we've talked about it for a number 2 movie?
Yeah. So I guess we could talk about Invincible, which I've spoken about a lot. So
hang on, you skipped 911.
I'm not doing that one yet. That's not my number 2. That's my number 1.
Oh shit! Sorry.
These are not in any order. Okay.
I like this picture. I feel like this picture perfectly encapsulates.
So Luffy's number 2 show is my number 1.
Okay, so we can share this a little bit. Yeah, if Invincible had the same emotional stranglehold on me that 911 does, then that would be number 1. But no, Thursdays would not attest to that. Okay, so I've spoken about Invincible before on pretty much any chance I can get. I found it during quarantine, during the first season, and I became obsessed with it. I made every single person that I know watch the first season. I rewatched the first season probably like 10 times because I kept showing it to people.
The only reason I watched it is because you strongly recommended on the guest episode of Austin's and Rudy's podcast that you were on. I was like, okay,
yeah,
all right, well, I'll watch it. I'll never look back.
It's a fantastic show. It's based off of a comic book series that came out in the 2000s by the same guy who wrote The Walking Dead. It centers on Mark Grayson, who is the half Viltrumite, which is their like world's Kryptonian, essentially, son of the guy on the ground, Omni-Man. And the fun thing about the whole first season, and I really just loved the way that they did this, is that Omni-Man is basically Superman. He is Superman to the people. Everybody thinks he's great. And we find out by the end of as the audience, by the end of the first episode, that Omni-Man is not what he seems. He's a fucking violent, terrifying, murderous beast of a man, creature, Viltrumite. And it is actually not until the last episode of the first season that Mark finds this out about his father. And I really loved just from the get-go the idea of evil Superman. I both like, that's also why I like The Boys. I like the idea of superheroes having like, they're not, you know, what their outward personas may seem. And I think that the idea of, you know, learning that your parent is a bad person and furthermore a killer, and even worse than that, that he bred you to be a killer and is like, and he's not just like a regular old serial killer. He's a fucking mass murderer who came to colonize Earth, and like having to balance all of that. Plus the animation is beautiful. The fight scenes are fucking intense. The music is fantastic. And the cast. I saw Steve Wen and J.K. Simmons and Sandra Oh, and I blacked out and had to watch it. and much like John, I haven't looked back.
Yep.
If you want to add anything to it, John, to my...
So since this is mostly about season 2, like season 2 was like after the fallout with him and his father, Omni-Man flees to wherever. Yep. Mark is trying his hardest to not like become like his father, but he's frequently challenged by many of the threats that come to Earth. And that kind of pushed that a little bit, which is why that poster is what it is, where like the blood mirrors his father. Because as you guys remember from our craziest death, which after watching season 3 made that nomination ineligible.
I can't wait to finish season 3.
It's like he was trying his hardest not to become like Omni-Man, but it doesn't go that way. He doesn't become better or worse, but him trying not to be like Omni-Man, he's tested by it.
Yeah.
And Angstrom Levy was a really good villain. I like the concept of like someone trying to gather up all of the multiverses of versions of him to try and stand up to a fascist. I don't like the way he went about it, but that's because his brain was melted, and then now he looks like he works.
So many brains.
Now it looks like he works out too much at the library.
Oh my God.
Plus, like, it's not just Mark that's going through it. I think that one of the things I really did like about season 2 was it was showing how much his mother was suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she tried to go to a support group for the spouses of like superheroes, like especially those who had like died in the line of duty, and unfortunately another person discovered that her husband was Omni-Man and basically was like, fuck you, I hope that you die too, and stuff like that. Like, she can't even find any place to grieve the marriage that she thought she had, the person that she thought she knew, and anything, because her husband was a horrible fucking person.
Yeah, keep in mind that the reason that reaction came up is like when Invincible and Omni-Man fight at the end of season 1, they nearly decimate all of Chicago. And a lot of fucking people die, and you see it almost in every gory detail. And this is a plot point that will carry over to season 3. We'll be talking about this again next year.
Yeah, I dance. Okay. And one of my other, like, because I don't have another movie, one of my other I feel like I've spoken a lot about Dunmeshi.
We have. It's been nominated a lot.
Yeah. So I'm not really sure that I need to like retread this too much.
Oh my God, that's what the cover looks like. That's beautiful.
Yeah, this is the cover for Volume 1. All the covers are lovely.
The poor mushroom.
If you haven't read it or watched it, I can't recommend it more. It's, it's combines a lot of like don't go into it expecting it to be like a either traditional fantasy or like completely RPG based, because it's neither. And the one thing that I really adored about Kui's like
sorry, I just noticed the dragon and I was like,
no. The reason we're all laughing is because we have pictures of what we nominated, and John's doing the dragon on the cover. It has such a derpy looking face.
It does. It has such a derpy little face. But like,
I love you.
It's beautiful. It's her world building, the thought and stuff that she puts into not only like the flora and fauna of the dungeon, but how and what dungeons are and how they function, which doesn't really come up in the first season of the anime, but is explored much deeper in the manga. It is really fantastic, and I cannot recommend it more. And I'm one of those people who is a completionist and always like, hey, you should read the book. But like, if they stick to what they've been sticking with, the anime is extremely close. Although I still think you should read the manga, because there's like, like extra little omakes and stuff they don't always have.
Not to mention the story is finished now too.
Oh yeah, the story's been finished for a while. That's why I'm discussing the like the dungeon like thing and how she expands upon what dungeons are, how they work, and how they're formed. Because they're not what you think. They're like a living ecosystem, and it's pretty interesting. It's interesting.
Okay.
All right.
So do we still have some number 2s left, or are we done?
I don't have any number 2s left.
Yeah, I actually realized I probably should.
Left in movies.
You have a number 2.
Them as lame.
Christine has a number 2, and all it is we gay. But Christine, you have a number 2 game.
Oh yeah, I do. I sure do. Princess Peach Showtime. This was really fun to play on the channel. It really was.
Not only did Zelda get her own game, but Peach got her own game too, and it was
I
good.
love this game to death.
It was good.
In fact, when you got me my own copy, I started again.
Good. It's a good game. Yeah. It's by the guys who made some of the recent Kirby games. It was made by Goodfeel. Mm-hmm. Basically, it's Peach attends a theater show, and it gets taken over by an evil witch named Madame Grape, and she basically tries to take over the theater, and you have to stop her by performing in plays, and that's what all the costumes are. And
oh my God, somebody's costumes are fantastic. My favorite one is the mermaid one, because I love mermaids.
My favorite one, I'm trying to remember because it's been so long since we played. I liked
it was either the Kung Fu one or the Ninja one, wasn't it?
It was one of those two. I liked those.
Okay.
But they get and then Peach's abilities and what she could do with those costumes was really neat. Yeah. It had a better finale than Mario Odyssey did. It was.
Oh my God! Don't say anything, but it was fantastic.
But yeah, I wouldn't say it was an amazing game, but I really, I enjoyed it. It made my top 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I kind of hijacked Christine's top
I don't care.
two,
Go
but
ahead.
we literally played it together, and so we experienced the beginning to end at the same time as each other.
I might have been on the sticks, but John was in the same room with me
until she needed help and handed me the controller.
Okay.
And then
yeah, I do that a lot.
Because do you have you had a number 2 anime, right?
Oh yeah, I sure did. Yeah. Blue Exorcist.
Which did get
I need to get into that again.
It counts because it had a new season come out this year.
Yeah. Yeah. So the last time I watched this show was way back when it was on Toonami. That's the last time I watched it. I'm only on episode 17, and I don't remember. Yeah.
I find it offensive.
Another show about basically about I'm only on episode 17. The story has gone somewhere, but I don't remember it when it was on Toonami at all.
What I remember from it is that Ren Okumura is the son of Satan, and his brother is an exorcist. And that's all I remember.
Oh, yep. Yeah, pretty much.
But you named it your number 2 because it has a current season, and
yep. And I'm trying to catch up, but I'm only on episode 17.
Okay, and
not happening.
I guess that's your number 2. So Rudy has to do her number 2s next.
All right. So when I talk about this book, I have to give you guys a little bit of background. I'm also going to send an article if you guys want to read about this more. So I think it was, let me see, was it? Okay, so in 2023, an author by the name of Kate Coran got a nice book deal for her book Crown of Starlight, I think it's called. Well, another author by the name of Duran J. Zhao went to Twitter and said, hey, I think this upcoming author is review bombing books by people of color. And it turns out they were right.
Yeah, that's
I remember that.
Made a bunch of fake accounts and gave a bunch of books written by people of color 1-star reviews. She review bombed them, but she forgets that book Twitter, they're detectives. And here's here's the thing: is even the Rilo fandom came out to say, this bitch be lying, because Kate Coran said, oh, it was a friend who did it. We're in a Rilo Discord together, and all the Rilos came out like, lol, no. And so, for me, since I am a writer and a person of color, it's like, I'm gonna try to read these books. I haven't gotten to read the other ones, but the one I did read is called The Poisons We Drink by Bethany Baptiste. And this was a book that I ended up finishing in maybe 2 days because it was just that good. So this is another book where we have normal people living in a world filled with magicians, with people who can make potions and stuff like that. And it focuses on a girl named Venus. So imagine a story that's like our world, where we're having a bunch of, racial inequality and civil rights movements, but with magic. Because when I was reading this book, I'm like, this hits extremely close to home. It really, really just I was like, oh, the reason I like this is because I'm living through this, and it's relatable. Now, see, Venus brews potions, specifically love potions, and love potions are very dangerous magic. If you don't do it right, it can have consequences, but they're kind of generally not looked at fondly because they're very dangerous. There's a bunch of different types. So everything is fine. She's brewing her potions, and then she gets someone something happens and a iron bullet kills her mother. And her life just goes to hell. She has to watch over her younger sister, Janice. Her ex comes back in... Well, not her ex. It was her childhood crush. Comes back into her life. Then the Grand Witcher, who's the head of her coven, is like, hey, do you want to kill the person who killed your mother? You have to make a potion to enslave the most influential politician in DC who hates us.
Oh.
So there's intrigue, there's drama, there's romance, there's tears. It's so good. And I think what really makes this book so good is the relationship between Venus and her family. Because, Venus is the older sister. When her mother dies, she's like, I have to take care of everything. And so you're watching as she's trying to deal with her mother's death, political unrest, the feelings for her childhood friend, and all of this as she's also trying to get revenge. And the thing is, like, she doesn't tell her family about the revenge. They eventually find out, but it's like, you can tell it's eating her up. It's so well written, and I highly recommend it, and I want to read more from Bethany Baptiste. And Kate Corian can go suck a dick.
And I know that, obviously listeners can't see this, but the cover art is gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Well, if you're listening while doing something, you can't see it. But if you're watching the video on YouTube, yes, you can.
Okay, cool. Next up, I'm going to do video games. So as we have stated, Rudy loves herself some horror. And another thing Rudy loves is theme parks. So a while back, I cannot remember the name of the YouTuber, but Unique Geese, that's his name. He played Garten of Banban, and Garten of Banban is notorious for just being a bit of a mess. He's like, I could do this game and make it better. That's how Indigo Park was born. The first chapter is free on Steam, but basically, I think you're part of some sort of, online group who's into abandoned stuff, and you get a message about Indigo Park. And when you go there, you discover that the AI assistant, for some reason, is still on. This park has been abandoned for years, but the AI is still working, and it's acting like everything is fine. However, when you enter the park, something is very wrong. The characters from the parks are monsters. 2 of them try to kill you. And again, the whole time, the character Rambly Raccoon is acting like everything's fine, but something is not fine. And this game, see, I'm really picky when it comes to horror, especially what people call mascot horror, because a lot of people look at Five Nights at Freddy's, Poppy's Playtime, and think, okay, we just need really bright colors, and that'll make it good. No, you actually have to put in effort. And this is Unique Geese's first game, and I'm very impressed. And I also think they should have offered had a price tag on it, and I think it's very cool of them to offer it for free. Because making a game is not. It can be easy, but in order to continue making it and paying voice actors and stuff like that, you got to make money. So. I'm very shocked that he decided to not charge anything for this, and I'm very excited for Chapter 2, which I hope will be out soon.
Indie developers, let us pay you challenge impossible.
Yes, please. I will buy all the merch. And then I have talked a lot about Lisa Frankenstein. It is a romantic comedy horror by Zelda Williams. This is her feature debut. Isn't it great?
And it's cool.
It is it oozes Miami Vice vibes, and I think that's exactly what they were going for.
So this movie has everything I would want. It's campy. It's it's oozing 80s. It's horror. You have a girl in love with a monster. It's very sweet. It's very funny, and I also think the cast was amazing. I've talked about Catherine Newton and Cole Sprouse as the creature, but the girl who played Taffy, Lisa Sabrino, was really, really good. because again, she plays a cheerleader, but she's not a bitchy cheerleader. She, I think she understands that like Lisa's going through a lot after her mother was murdered, and she tries really hard to be her friend. Carla Gugino plays such a bitch of a character that you love to hate her. But I think really what surprised me is the Cole Sprouse. Most people know him either as Jughead Jones from Riverdale, or for me, I know him as one of the twins from this We Life of Zack and Cody.
I know his brother is the secret boss in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, I totally didn't even realize it was him until after the credits. He does such a great job. See, the creature's mute for like the entire movie until like the very end, but he doesn't talk. He just sort of makes noises because he's a corpse that's, come back to life.
He just does like guttural sounds.
Yes. And the way
Speaking of which, that catchphrase is amazing. She's slaying, he's decaying. That's fantastic.
Yep, this is a great poster.
He does a good job of also, the thing, it's like they end up falling in love. He does a good job of making his emotions known without having to say anything. He and Catherine Newton have really great chemistry. It's really good. Please see it. This movie didn't do that well at the box office, but it's so good.
I'm waiting till Halloween, honestly. I need to be in the right mood. I
think you'll really like it, John.
Yeah, I'll put it on my list for October. I need to be in the right mood for it.
Okay, so I'm something out, so it's okay if I just go through my top ones really, really, really quick, and so I can go to bed.
Sure.
I feel like I'm about to pass out. Okay, number one game, Persona 3 Reload. First introduction to Persona 3, fell in love ever since Persona 5. Been playing on the channel with John and Ufi, really looking forward to playing more. Number one movie, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, an amazing adaptation of Sonic Adventure 2. The first performance was good, the changes they made, and also added more depth to the characters. Can't wait for the fourth one. And number one, Creature Commandos. James Gunn is great. Great start to the new DC universe. Okay, I'm about to pass out, so I'm just going to export this audio, and you guys take it from here.
Good night, Austin. Thanks for powering it out.
We love you. Have a good night. Aww.
So while he's going, I can expand a little bit on, because I've done all of his. I've done all his. So I asked Austin if he wanted to do this next time, but he said no. Fuck it, we're going to power through this. So I will expand upon this a little bit, since Persona 3 Reload was. There are people that are divisive on this remake, mostly because it doesn't have any of the content from Persona 3 Portable, and that it doesn't have the female protagonist from Portable. But considering one of the social links has you hook up with a 10-year-old kid, I'm glad it's not there.
What?
Okay.
One of her social links, you mean?
Yeah, one of hers. You don't do that with the male, because you don't have social links with the men and as P3 protag anyway. Well, I guess Austin doesn't have a full opinion on it yet because we haven't finished it on the channel yet. Again, sorry for anybody that wanted to hear from his perspective. He insisted that we just go through it quickly. I'll just expand upon it for him.
We heard him.
We heard him. Well, his number one is also my number one. So you know what? Since he did his, and I'm kind of expanding upon it, I'll go first for my number one.
Actually, mine is not. That's my number one too. So
Sonic 3
let me join you.
Is the number one for many of us. So Sonic 3, I was not, when this whole thing started, when we saw that first trailer for Sonic the Hedgehog 1, we were all like, no, don't do this. Sonic is horrifying. We are not doing the James Marsden driving around a cartoon character in a car again. We're not doing this again. And the internet let them know. And then in stepped a man who I went to college with, very briefly with, Tyson Hess. He went and redesigned Sonic in the crew. Well, he and I didn't attend at the same time. He graduated before I started. We both went to SCAD though. He went and redesigned Sonic, and all of a sudden, look where we are now. Sonic the Hedgehog 3, where everyone's like, Shadow's got to be the next one. Shadow's got to be the next one. As much as a triumph as Wicked was, Sonic the Hedgehog was my very first autistic special interest growing up. Sonic the Hedgehog came around the time I was able to remember things I grew up with. It was Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The game was my very first video game. And I couldn't have been happier in a movie theater if you tried than I was when I watched this with Christine, Austin, and Rich, and his friend Rob. We cheered.
Also add something just real quick. Rudy didn't get a chance to grow up with Sonic, but when I watched the first Sonic movie, I was like, maybe I should check Sonic out. These movies are kind of what is turning me into a Sonic fan. And I think that has to account for something.
Yep. And because here's the other thing. Tyson Hess was not only the character designer for the Sonic translation into live action, he was also like a creative consultant. So not to mention the director of the movies, Jeff Fowler, worked on the Sonic games. He was the animation cutscene director for Shadow the Hedgehog, the game I dragged Rudy into. And Christine. Yeah. So it comes full circle that we got to Sonic the Hedgehog 3 with Shadow after his first job experience with the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise was the Shadow game. And
he's redeemed himself.
He even referenced a famous scene from the intro where Sonic is beaten and battered and he falls down and Shadow's just staring at the camera. They referenced that scene in the movie. After he after he's like, oh, he's not that tough, and Shadow beats him up, and then Sonic goes, okay, yeah, he's that tough. Yep, that was a mirror image of that scene. But yeah, this would, while not high art for the Sonic fan in me, kid me would be jumping up and down, running across the aisles at this movie. I was absolutely delighted. The people that make these movies, although I don't care for some of the humor sometimes, I think it does enough for what can be expected of a live action Sonic the Hedgehog. And for my money, was my favorite movie I saw all last year. And Austin's number one show is The Creature Commandos. I put that as mine, but I figured, I like Invincible more. But Rudy and I can talk about Creature Commandos since we both watched that.
And we still haven't gotten to my number 2.
So, yes, we did. Didn't we?
No. I didn't talk about solo leveling.
We're sidetracked right now because Austin had to go.
No, solo leveling's your number 1.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
talked about Blue Exorcist. Yeah.
I
talked about Blue Exorcist.
I'm tired too.
Yeah. Well, let's get through Austin's because it felt like kind of. So wait, Christine, you still has it? Wait, Luffy, did you have a number 2? You said.
No, I have 2 number 1s left.
Okay, so we're all on one number 1. Okay, so Austin's number 1 was Creature Commandos. This is the real start of James Gunn's DCU because it's also going to include animation. And this was the first outing for it. And it's like, imagine the Guardians of the Galaxy, but they're even more fucked up and actually evil. Well, some of them are. Mostly Frankenstein. Fuck him.
Oh, yeah. So James Gunn does what he is really good at, taking a bunch of lesser known comic book characters, making them misfits as they already are, and sort of putting them together. He gives these characters so much depth. And even though Frankenstein sucks, there are times where you do feel bad for him, considering what happened. Though. Yeah, not many. Like, you maybe feel bad for him for a second, but they also managed to make him really entertaining. Like when he and Flag are spying on this professor. They turn around and a bunch of college students are staring at him, and Frankenstein goes, oh, where's my contact? Like, that's going to make it better. Like, people are going to stop staring at him. Forget that he is an 8-foot tall man made of other people. But it has all the,
other people. I mean, you're not wrong, but it's just that description made me laugh.
He's a man of the people, but not in the way you think.
Oh my God, babe, no.
It has James Gunn's wit, his heart. There were some really genuinely heartbreaking moments in this show. I almost ended up crying at some of them. His use of music is fantastic as always. And it gets you excited because, I knew for a fact that James Gunn was going to do a good job with the DC universe. And it is also nice that he's offering some animated content, because some of the DC animated shows are some of the best, and it's been just a while since we've had some, so I'm really excited that this is the first foray into his universe.
Yeah, and Marvel's usually the one that screws the pooch on the cartoons, although they are trying to fix that. They
are, which I appreciate.
Yeah, we'll talk about those next year because, I talked about X-Men 97, but that's a bit of a complicated thing. But there is a cartoon that they did in the MCU that I thought was pretty good, but we'll talk about that next year because it was a 2025 show. Mm-hmm. All right, so those were Austin's number one. Sorry, Austin, that we took this as long as we did, but it's because we're all talkative. So his
That's
number
why
ones
I
are done.
I decided to go last on mine.
So since he and I shared, I basically talked about most of mine. But my number one game, my number one show was Invincible. I already talked about that with Luffy. My number one movie was Sonic the Hedgehog 3. My number one game only beats Metaphor Fantasio because of one reason. I finished it. Astrobot.
Astrobot. Hello, Game of the Year winner. How are you doing?
Yes, that's what I was getting to. Not Astrobot's very existence and it winning a game award was the smack upside the head that this gaming industry needs. Sometimes a cute little platformer that's only like 6 hours long is really all you need to thrive and make something memorable in this industry. You don't have to make 30-hour walking sims with prestige gritty stories with microtransactions to make a good game. Oftentimes, most of those make pretty terrible games, especially if your name is The Last of Us Part 2. I'm still not over that. Fuck you, Naughty Dog. But Astrobot is a delight. It not only is a love letter to PlayStation and its vast library of IPs, new and old, it's just a damn good platformer. One of the best I've played. It beats the crap out of most of the platformers I grew up playing. Not just because it's like graphical, but like it has really interesting ideas that never get old. Like it has cute little gimmicks and power-ups that never overstay their welcome, never get repetitive and boring because the game is short. And all the levels are short too. It's gaming industry. It's okay to make AA short games. It's okay.
Like we were just talking about this. The games don't have to be super long. They don't have to be super detailed. They just have to be fun.
I also think it's really funny in that very same state of play where they were shoving Concord down our throat. They showed Astrobot for like 2 minutes as a last minute announcement. That little tack on announcement, not one game of the year, and the one they were cramming down our throat is dead.
Again, all you got to do is just make a good game.
Also, it gets a bump because Medieval's in it. So, John seal of approval because Sir Daniel Fortescue's an Astrobot costume in there. No, not just Medieval. It has Dark Cloud ones too.
Cool.
So, those are my top ones.
You are going to talk about 911 first, or your other manhwa you suggested?
First, because if I talk about 911, I'm gonna get a little bit talkative. So let's go with Love So Pure. I know I sent you an image. There it is.
There it is. Oh, that looks so cute.
Oh, it's so cute. All right. So Love So Pure is like many manhwa. It's like it has 2 seasons and they focus on different couples. So the first season focuses on the guy with the silvery hair and the guy whose eyes are not open with the dark hair up in the back.
Oh, okay.
The main character in the first half is Ji-hyun, and Ji-hyun has he's basically hypersexual and starts this relationship with Johan, who is the taller, kind of happy, smiley guy. And Johan works as at a daycare center, and it's very cute to see him like in his little daycare center apron. And their romance is more of a traditional, like Ji-yoon realizing that he's not, like everything that he thinks that he is, and that his previous partner sucked, and he actually does have the ability to fall in love. Like they're a lot more traditional. And then we move over to Johan's brother. And Johan's brother, Yosef, and his boyfriend, Dashik, who Yosef is the other big dude in the background, and Dashik is the glasses guy, is possibly one of the most entertaining couples I have ever seen. And throughout the first half, this is what Yosef looks like. So I need you all to understand this man is fucking foxy. And
damn.
Yeah. I know, right? Damn. And Daisy has the best, from learning June is gay. I'm an ally to actually I'm gonna let this fuck this guy. And he's just possibly I was in stitches with this dude so often. I have a folder of funny memes and shots from manga that I've saved that I just think are very funny. And at least a third of it is Dashik. He's so fucking funny. There's also a lot of sex in this one.
Both
couples get real raunchy.
My head just turned like an owl.
Hey, there's porn, John. What?
The part of Yosef's whole thing, and the two bald guys and the cute little blue-haired guy at the bottom are all basically they're gangsters, and Yosef is trying to get out of the life and as well. And the cute girl that is there, I love her. I will fight for Sohee. I will kill for Sohee. She's introduced initially you think she's just a bitch and that she's an asshole, and she's trying to blackmail Ji-yoon and tell people that he's queer and stuff. And it turns out that she's actually just basically incredibly autistic, and she's a lesbian, and she's trying to make gay friends.
Oh, I see.
And her ability, her I know what you are thing was not intended to be a threat.
Oh, she's doing the meme where it's the rainbow flag with a question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Love that.
Every character, and she also eventually at the end does get her own romance. Every character ends up paired off in a happy little romance. The drama's fun, but it's also just really funny and lighthearted. If you want a light read, I was a light and sexy romp, I would definitely recommend it. Also, again, shout out to my boy Dashik, who managed to take down an entire branch of a gangster organization to make sure that his boyfriend only got a year of jail. And he did it in a rainbow outfit with a little, he had, how cat ears, on a headband, except they were dog ears. Because why not? Because that's his life. He's king shit. And I love him. He's the funniest dude.
He looks like he's funny.
He's such a cool dude. Okay, and now we talk about the thing that has consumed my life. 911. When I heard about this dumb little fucking procedural, I was like, this is a dumb little procedural about, first responders. I don't, expect to get super duper into this. And then I heard, hey, they made the two firefighters gay. And I was like, they made the firefighters gay? They actually made it explicit text and not queer baiting? Okay, I'll watch the show. So
that's how you get Luffy to watch your stuff, okay? You gotta make it gay.
So the two that I'm obsessed with, if you haven't seen my Tumblr blog, are Buck and Eddie, and they're on either side of Jennifer Love Hewitt. Though that's them, the two dudes. I like that I love that they put Jennifer Love Hewitt in the middle of this poster. But
it looks badass. Why wouldn't they put her in the middle of the poster?
I know, her sexy husband is the cute little Asian guy over there to the left. But anyway, so I got into it. I binged the entire thing, and it turns out that they are not fucking canon yet. Buck kissed a different dude. They made Buck explicitly bisexual, but I was under the impression that he was going to kiss Eddie, and he kissed this other fucking dude who I hate. We do not say his name in this house. Played by Lou Ferrigno Jr., who cannot act, and was also in a QAnon movie recently.
Oh, so they went to the same acting school that Gal Gadot went to.
Yeah. So, like, fuck that guy. But I did not, like when I heard, like, oh, this is just, like, a slash ship or whatever, I expected to go into it and it was going to be, like, the two hot guys, like, kind of associating, standing next to each other kind of slash ship. Absolutely fucking not. These are the two most insane men I have ever seen on the fucking planet. Like, they are fucking freak for freak. They are co-parenting Eddie's kid, essentially, from, like, season 2 when Eddie is introduced. They have, like, you know, he makes him his kid's goddamn guardian in the case of, you know, him dying. He has family that are alive and want to take his child, which is, like, part of Eddie's whole, like, frustrating deal are his horrible parents. But, like, the moment I saw, like, Buck digging through the goddamn mud, screaming Eddie's name, Eddie getting shot, and Buck, like, with blood in his mouth, these men have consumed my life. Every Thursday at 8 o'clock, I am live streaming fucking ABC and enduring commercials to watch their journey. Not to mention the whole rest of the cast is actually quite fantastic. Angela Bassett, you know, as Athena, fuck yes. Peter Krause as her eventual husband Bobby, fuck yes. Aisha Hines as a lesbian firefighter, Hen Wilson, who is
Hen. I love Hen.
Hen is so cute. And her wife Karen is if you ever saw the Rent movie, Tracy Thomas, she played Jo in Rent. So my girl's really good at making out with other women. Jennifer Love Hewitt as Maddie, who is Buck's sister. She's always got them big brown doe eyes, crying, and she's so good at that. I don't know how she has enough fluid in her to do that all the time. She must be very well hydrated, to say the least, because she's always tearing up and sobbing, and she's so good at it. And her sexy husband, Kenneth Choi, who is apparently in Marvel films. He plays, like, a principal or something. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that people have mentioned that to me.
I'd have to think about it.
It is a great show. The first season, especially the first episode, are a little sloggy. But do not skip to the second if you want to know anything about the characters, because Abby, even after Connie Britton leaves, Abby is an important character. She's important to Buck's entire thing. You get to know about Michael. I'm still very sad that Michael had to leave the show, but his actor refused to get vaccinated. So that happened. Yeah, like, it's not anything I could do about that. But because, like, I didn't expect there to be so many queer characters just from the get. So, like, I actually 110% expect Buck and Eddie to happen. And if they do, it will be the first time that I believe they've had, like, a real slow burn official couple with two men and a network television show that neither one started off the series queer. But Buck is already out as bi, and hopefully Eddie is on that journey. It kind of seems like it. Actually, it really seems like it. This is actually the most certain I've ever been that I'm not being queer baited. Like, ever. And if I am, Tim Minear, I know where you live. Anyway, that's my number one, because this show has eaten my soul.
I see.
Yeah. Eddie was stuck in that well underground. No, it's Luffy. Luffy's in that fucking well, and they're dying, but they're very happy.
The AC is on, and they have their favorite song on.
Basically, I've rewatched the whole series at this point at least 3 times, and I just started watching it, a few months ago. It's very easy to binge.
All right, so who hasn't done their number ones yet? I know I'm all done. Luffy, I think you finished yours.
Yep, that was it. That's my number 1.
Christine hasn't done hers, so it's Rudy and Christine at this point.
I should probably go first because I'm tired myself, and I'm.
All right, we already talked about Sonic 3. Sonic 3 is your number 1.
No, Sonic. Wait, what? No, it's not.
In movies?
Wait, hold on.
You listed it that way.
Yes. Okay, you're right. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna do games now. Well, leveling can wait. My top game of last year was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yeah. I really, really enjoyed this game, and this is the first time I think I've actually played a Final Fantasy VII game. I didn't play the original. Yes, I know, gasp. But I really enjoyed this. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say, John. You can help. You played this too.
So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the second of the remake trilogy. It basically covers from when Cloud and crew leave Midgard to when, spoilers for Final Fantasy VII, when Sephiroth supposedly kills Aerith. Which in the original, he absolutely does. But spoilers for Rebirth, he does and he doesn't. It's complicated. I'm not getting into it. I'm going to get mad. I do not care for the ending of this game. I don't. Because they tried to have it both ways instead of pissing off one or the other, and it didn't work. That being said, they managed to have expand the world outside of because in the first game you were locked to Midgard, the city that you start the first couple hours of the original game in. Mm-hmm. You're just stuck there. So they expanded that out, which not hard. It's a massive city that in the original game is 20, 30 screens. In this one, in Remake, it's huge. But Rebirth, you leave Midgar and you go to several continents.
Oh my god. Can I please
sprawling with things to do.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, so anyway, okay, first things, Zack and Cloud are very pretty. And then second of all, do not put the ability to change clothes into a game. I will be doing that more than I play the game.
Yeah, you unlock their bathing suits after you beat the game, and I never
even that. You have other outfits too.
I stuck everybody in their bathing suits and never changed them out.
I mean, I can't blame you there. Every young child, especially that was, AFAB in the early 2000s, remembers probably all those doll maker games, where you would do the fashion and stuff like that. Yeah, you put that shit in a game. I got to dress them up in little outfits. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
The funniest thing about the bathing suit outfits is Barrett does not have a swimsuit. He has a sailor suit.
It's beautiful.
That's awesome.
And that's not something that is not something they made up for Rebirth. There's a moment where they have to disguise themselves so they don't get discovered during President Shinra's inauguration ceremony. So he has to dress up as a sailor while everybody else.
His little military outfit is adorable on him.
But when they go to Costa del Sol and they all wear bathing suits, Barrett's too big for any of the bathing suits they have, so he just keeps the sailor suit on. But yeah, what I like most about this game is how it expands on the ability, it has several different hub worlds. It has an addicting card minigame.
I
thought they outdid themselves with Triple Triad in Final Fantasy VIII. Queen's Blood.
Please talk about
Square.
Queen's Blood,
I'm on my hands and knees. Make a standalone spin-off of Queen's Blood. I will buy it and never stop playing.
Somebody made a
browser freeware version, but that's not the same thing.
No. Somebody actually decided to make a real life card version of the game. It's awesome.
I want somebody to make a standalone Queen's Blood where you challenge not only other characters from the Final Fantasy VII universe. I want you to be able to challenge people from Final Fantasy. Period. Like have a crossover where Squall tries to learn that over Triple Triad. Cool. But yeah, I'm interested to see where it goes next, even though I don't like how the game ends, and I know exactly where the third entry is going to be. But the cast is fantastic. The writing is fantastic when it's not dumb. When it's dumb. The ending is still really bothers me. That they tried to have it both ways and no one was happy.
Aww.
Like I said, did Aerith die? The answer is yes and no. It's complicated. I'm not getting into it. It's really stupid. I do also like that they finally corrected a wrong. Final Fantasy VII was the only PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy that did not have Gilgamesh as make an appearance at all. They fixed that this time. Because Gilgamesh is a recurring character in the Final Fantasy series, where in Final Fantasy V, he's one of the villains, and the main villain banishes him to the realm of darkness because he's bored with him. And then he shows up in other games. It's not a different guy. If Gilgamesh shows up in another Final Fantasy, it's the same dude from Final Fantasy V. And he shows up in Rebirth as a secret boss.
I don't remember seeing his name. I think his name was Greg.
That's what the Final Fantasy 14 fans call him.
I don't care. He's Greg.
That's what they call him in 14. But not much else I can say about Final Fantasy Rebirth. I don't want to be too critical of it because I want to see how they stick the landing. That's usually my thing. I want to see how because sometimes you can fumble the beginning but finish strong. Could they do it? God, I certainly hope so, because Final Fantasy VII is my favorite entry in the series, and I really don't want them to mess it up after they've done so much good things. Did you want to talk about solo leveling, or did you already in a previous category? I think you did. I think it was one of your honorable mentions.
No, I did. I don't think I tried to. Now I've got a description. Do you want the description now?
Do you want to be here all night?
No, I don't want to be.
Well, I'll tell you, I just finished editing part 1. You did talk about solo leveling a bit.
Okay, good. So never mind.
So that's Christine's number ones, I think. And then that just leaves Rudy, I believe.
Okie dokie. So I'm gonna
finish us off.
Let's see. All right. So this is honest to God the title. It's gonna sound a little, I guess, bleak. It is called Cinderella is Dead. Now, I wasn't sure about what I was like, what to expect going into this, but this is another book that kind of like hit close to home because it is filled with misogynistic men trying to control women. And in this world, it was told to, and what happened is it had negative consequences because women don't have any rights in this fantasy world, and when they turn a certain age, they all have to go to a ball where they will be chosen by some random ass guy to be their wife. The thing is the lead character, Sophia, is not into men.
Oh,
she
no!
Did.
Oh, she did!
Yeah, she ends up like trying to confess to her best friend. That doesn't go well. She ends up finding the tomb of Cinderella, and that sort of inspires her to go on this journey to figure out what's the true story of Cinderella, what actually happened. And I love fairy tale reimaginings. I feel like I'm one of the few people who do, but again,
I genuinely love good fairy tale reimaginings. Yeah. There's a lot of bad ones out there, but yeah, the good ones are amazing.
So this ended up surprising me, and Luffy, I actually think you would probably like this one. But what I liked is that again, it was something interesting and different, and it's like in this story, it turns out it's one of those things where it's like we thought we knew the story, but it's completely different, and that's another thing that also feels very realistic, where people will try to paint somebody as something they're not. And let me see. Next is we already talked about Wicked. They gay. So next up is Crime Scene Cleaner. So I love cozy games. and I know I just said crime scene cleaner. It's like, this doesn't sound like a cozy game. Well, the thing is cleaning up after crime scenes is kind of cozy in a way. But I also kind of like the story because, see, it turns out we're a janitor, and it's like we have the worst luck because our wife has passed away and our daughter is extremely sick. She has some sort of illness that is very expensive. We get it screwed over by the insurance company, only to become the crime scene cleaner for a mob boss. So there's like a story of him, doing this solely because he needs the money, but also, questioning his morality, making comments like as he cleans up the scenes and everything. And then there's going to be an update. I don't know what it is, but I'm looking forward to it because I really do like cleaning up stuff in games. I know that sounds weird, but I really enjoyed this. And I also felt for the character because it's like, he doesn't want to do this.
This
but
is a 9 to 5 for
an
him.
Option. He needs.
He doesn't look
money.
like he wants to do it in that picture either. So
no. And the thing is like he's a janitor. Yeah, he's a janitor. What other job is he going to get? And it's not like the dude doesn't pay him. The mob boss does pay him.
This honestly sounds like genuinely fun to me, like a genuinely enjoyable game. I love like food service games, like where you have to make the things correctly and get them to the tables and stuff like that.
Oh my God, Diner Dash.
If only Austin was still here. He was obsessed with that game.
I love that game. I feel old, but like what I was saying is
too late.
Oh really?
I think I just broke a hip. Sorry, I didn't mean to break your guys' hip. Sorry.
I freaking love that game. It was like one of the first mobile games I ever played. Obsessed with it. Why don't they still make
never have to go up.
Mobile games you can play without like so much money?
I don't know, but so I am really excited about the update because I played the game so much. I just really, really need more of it. It's so enjoyable. Like I said, it's very soothing to play a game where you're cleaning, even if it's like cleaning up crime scenes. And yeah, that's all my top threes. And
that is it for the Super Reward round. Oh my God, This took longer than I thought.
We did it. We did it, guys.
All the way to the end of this, you fantastic listener. Good for you.
We're sorry that we talk so much, okay? We can't help it.
The fact that you're here means you kind of like it.
Yeah.
But
I hope we're entertaining.
I hope so too, because
how much you like our voices.
Yep.
Yeah,
so next,
I hope you had fun.
Yeah, because I would love to do this again next year. This was a lot of fun for me anyway. And then we'll see. I haven't finished it yet.
If we do this next year, we need to try to start a little earlier. But other than that, I really did have a lot of fun. I cannot wait. If we do this again, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Well, you all should check your emails because I've already invited you to the doc for next year.
Jesus,
so,
are you
all right. So thank you guys all so much for listening. Sorry, Austin, that you couldn't make it to the end, but hey, you got to do what you got to do. But thank you for powering through so that we can get done. So I hope you guys all enjoy. Let us know in the comments what you thought, and if you had any ideas for categories or things we should include next time. Until then, I've been John Mookie Where I Jam.
I've been Rudy.
And Christine.
Hi. Bye. Sorry.
And
Jesus, I'm sorry.
And he was Jab Peanut, but he fell asleep. We'll see you guys next year for the Super Rewards Round 2026. It's for 2025 stuff, but it's 2026. All right. Until then, check out everybody on their other respective podcasts and channels. You're already here on Super Bonus Round. Check out my Let's Plays. Everybody that's in this call is on something I've done, but Austin and Rudy have their own podcast. The fuck was that? Luffy is a frequent guest on the Super Bonus Round. They're on my Persona 3 Reload playthrough. Christine and I are currently going through Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. And Rudy was on the Doki Doki Literature Club playthrough, Super Mario RPG, and most of Shadow the Hedgehog.
I'm hoping to be on more playthroughs in the future, but right now I'm enjoying Persona.
Yeah, Persona 3 is long, but trust me when I say we're past the half point, I think, at this point. All right, so that's going to do it. I want this episode to be longer than it already is, because my God, we'll catch you guys next year. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.